3, 3, 3, 3. Hello. Hello, friends. Hello, friends. I hope you're ready for the big debate today. We got a big debate panel over here. Big debate panel coming. Going to be a big victory in the marketplace of ideas today. Really looking forward to it. Always debate. I'm often saying this, right? I'm often saying this. We love that. We love that over here. You have to hear both sides. Right? Very true. Very true. I'm glad you're all on board with this. May the best thoughts win. Should be great. Should be great stuff. Should be a good one today. How's it going, friends? What is up? We need less debates and more rebates. My controversial opinion. That's right, Eric. Bring those coupons to the grocery store. That's what today should be about. What if for today we just learn stuff by looking at the first paragraph on Wikipedia and then make large sweeping generalizations from it? That sounds wonderful to me. That sounds wonderful. Let's do that. Let's do exactly that. Hello, Pissed. What's up? You're in Montreal, right, Pissed? Are you enjoying that? How's that going? How's Montreal treating you? That's fun. In the financial district, taking care of some business. Cool. That's a thing I often say. I often am using that expression, so. The ape stacking district. Pissed is picking up some of those National Post NFTs. Celebrating neoliberalism. Hello, we are a human named Mitnerd and not 3 squirtles in a trench coat. I gotta say, that sounds like something that 3 squirtles in a trench coat would say. A little suspicious. But hello. Hello, Mitnerd. Welcome. Bring it in here. On some spork. Oh boy. What do you think of this fit, everybody? What do we think of this fit? I saw a couple of positive comments. I feel pretty good about it. I also put some product in my hair. I've been having some hair issues lately. It's getting to that in-between stage. The in-between stage of between short and long, where it starts becoming difficult. I put some product in there. Hopefully we're going to have a better situation with that today. Looking snazzy. Thank you, Marina. Dripped out the wazoo. For April Fool's Day, Rob decided to actually try with his hair. Yeah, I didn't comb it. Let's not get crazy here. I didn't comb it. Yeah, I have been feeling a bit better. Yeah, I have, Sean Mead. I don't know. Part of it, I just must have been just like exhausted. I think that might have been part of it. I just had like 3 decent, normal nights of sleep in a row, and I feel a bit better. Rob is so hot. Thank you, Maxie. I'm sure that's an April Fool. It's April. That's a prank. Maxie's in here pranking me. Poisson d'avril. I'm crushing it visually, mentally, sleepiness-wise. It's his best era yet. Thank you, G Clappy. Feel good. I don't feel super alert, but I'm okay. I'm all right. Rob is definitely not 2 slowpokes in a hoodie. We got you. No, I'm not. No, I am not. Leather jacket Rob is the best era. That is a pretty good era. I do actually think I'm going to start, like, just unironically just wearing that again. Like, not even just to entertain you. I think I'm just going to start wearing that kind of in my everyday life. What do you think of the color combination, Bad Bunny? What do you think? Is that working for you? I'm excited to announce on the Discourse I'll be setting up the weekly meeting dates for a book choice for book club this week. Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged. Wonderful. Wonderful. Sounds great. I'm glad that we're doing that. I'm glad that we're doing that. Really, I should have kept a goodbye in the title. That would have really fucked people up. I can't tell what vibes it gives me, but it's something. I'll take it. I will take it. I'm gonna have to eat my pita bread. Pretty hungry. Haven't eaten anything yet today. I got some Moroccan hummus here. It is low energy Jeb vibes right now. I gotta perk up. I'm gonna have my pita bread and my soda, then I'm gonna be feeling good. Rob is a mess. Well, another April Fool's Day prank. What's going on with all you guys and gals and non-binary folks? How's it going? How was your evening? I just saw that I have rabbit diarrhea smeared on my wrist. That's not ideal. At least you noticed. But still leaving it there. Been eating a toasted bagel with butter and thin slices of apple for breakfast this week. Highly recommend. Like, you put the apple on the bagel, or is that a separate thing? Like, you put it on the toasted bagel? That's kind of interesting. Right on the bagel. Oh my goodness. That's wild. I'm very energetic today. April Fools. I'm tired. Could use a nap. I'm a little bit more rested than usual. I do need a little caffeine jolt here, though. I do need a little caffeine burst. I unfortunately don't have an energy drink because I don't like them. Not a fan personally. Not a fan of those energy drinks at all. And I don't like this Diet Coke either, but I'm just drinking it. Because I like to punish myself. Chin chin. Chin chin. Thank you for hosting the stream, Nicole. I appreciate that. I know all your poor little chatters are deprived right now. And I know it's not good. I know what I have to offer is just not good enough. It's not the same thing. It's not the genuine article. I get that. I will do my best to fill in. To fill that gaping hole. That I will do my best to stand in for the content that's lacking. Edit that out in post. That's right. I'm going to do my best to stand in for the content that's been lacking for the sweet chatters. Oh boy. We're getting off to a wild start here. You know, since it is a special day today, I do feel comfortable saying that I don't respect women. Women do not, in fact, hold up half the sky. April Fools. I gotcha. Psych. April Fools. Poisson d'avril. C'est simplement une blague de Poisson d'avril. C'est ça. I gotcha. I gotcha. Well, they're very edgy, I know. Don't blag me. Oh no. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I expected. I don't respect women. Oh no. I don't respect women. I don't respect. Well, I'm sure that's not going to come back to haunt me. That's never going to be used against me in any way. Nothing bad will ever come of this. This needs to be a sub alert. I do need to. I realized yesterday. I really do need to update the sub alerts. I need to update a new alert for when someone gives more subs. I really need to get that VJ clip when he says, "Wow, Rob, okay? Wow." I really need to do that. There's all kinds of stuff I need to do. There's the new emotes and stuff. And I'm so bad at this stuff. Like, there's all this new stuff that's set up. There's like hundreds of new emotes or something that we can use. And I just need to figure out how to put it on the stream. And I tried once and it didn't work. And then once I try to do something and it doesn't work, I just like, well, I'll just give up on that. I'll never do it again. I'll just never worry about that again. I tried like a week and a half ago and it didn't work. So I was just like, well, fuck it. Oh, fuck it. That's your answer. That's your answer to everything. Your revolution is over, Mr. Rousseau. Condolences. The bum's lost. My advice to you is to do what your parents did. Get a job, sir. I thought you'd like that, Lodane. Are you employed, sir? You don't go out dressed like that looking for a job, do you? On a weekday? Is it what day is this? And no, Nicole, you're not my favorite chatter. Mind if I do a J? Career day or Sun School, you'll go and tell them about your job as a streamer. Man, I started to panic the other day when one of his friends' dads was like, "Oh yeah, I watched your show," and I was like, "Ooh, good." I was, I was like, "Oh boy, oh my goodness, that could be really bad. That could be that. This could either go okay or go really really bad." He's like, "Man, you really like Stalin, huh?" I was just doing a meme. I was just doing a meme when I was doing all that Stalin stuff. That was just a joke. All that stuff. That was all that Stalin stuff was just all that Stalin stuff was just an April Fool's pregame. April Fool's, your granddad deserved it. Rob, that's so scary. I was temping somewhere and someone said they read a column I wrote in Passage. So stressful. But at least like a column is like somewhat serious. And you can be like, yeah, I'm a journalist. I'm a left wing kind of political journalist. Like whatever. I'm sure your column in Passage was wonderful, Eric. Sometimes I do really interesting stuff on this show that I would be proud of people to see, regardless of the views that are being expressed. I just worry that someone's going to tune in and be like, what's this guy? I just met this guy. Apparently he's on Twitch. What is that? It's like a gaming thing. And they click, and yeah, I'm talking about I'm playing like Stalin meme videos, or I'm like just dancing. I'm dancing to a Sega Genesis version of All Night Long by Lionel Richie, with an image of myself as like a omnipotent worm god, with like a triangle, like a pyramid scheme tier list, like encouraging people to give me money. It's like, you know. It's like, that's what I'm worried about. Just normal stuff. Someone's going to tune in. Hearing me express my views on women. Someone's going to tune in and see no women guests. I'll have you know, Nicole, that I was supposed to have a woman guest this week on Monday, and she was having internet difficulties and had to reschedule, and I was very accommodating. At the last moment, there was a last moment cancellation, and I was instead of saying like, "What? Ah, how dare you?" I was very polite and professional about it. These might be reasons why you haven't been invited to China Influencer Hype House. Yeah. They're like, they tune in to see if they want to like put me in one of those articles. They're like, well, there's no way anyone takes this guy seriously, so what's the point? There's certainly no way anyone like actually pays attention to this guy, so. I've been friends with someone for about 6 years, and I sent her a series of texts making fun of Trudeau, and she blocked me. Oh my god. I mean, it probably speaks to like how distorted our political class was, that she probably just assumed that you were like a conservative. That's how fucking backwards everything is in this godforsaken country. My shrink's nurse has a niece that's on Twitch and always asks me about it. She thinks my being on Twitch is as cutting edge as people think Rob being on TikTok is. Here's how it actually went. Rob didn't book a woman. He assumed everyone would buy woman can't figure out internet. He then proceeds to center himself as a nice guy for understanding and gets away with it all. I would have gotten away with it too. If it weren't for you snooping kids. Let's just see who you really are. You take off my mask and I'm like, I don't know who would I be that would be funny. I don't even know. Couldn't think of a punchline in time to that. You didn't like that sound, Sean? You didn't like that? Why the mask is so wet? I mean, it's like stuck to your skin. Another identical mask, yeah. Or they just pull on my face and it's like, ow! Ah! And it's just me. I'm not actually wearing a mask. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Part Ian, thank you for the 7 months of tier 1. Thank you, Part Ian. Thank you. You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Oh, goodness. Goodness. 10,000 sandwiches. 10,000 sandwiches. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. I mean, no, thank you. Listen, stop. No one gift any more subs. I don't like it. I don't like it when people do that. It's rude and upsetting. I love having to rely on Bad Bunny hosting the stream on her channel to find out that the stream is live because you won't tweet that you're live. Aren't you supposed to get notifications? Don't you follow the channel? I'm sure you're supposed to get notifications. Don't gift us a sub for each Squirtle in the trench coat. Don't you dare, because we're just a human. Okay, so I know that I do have a big Twitter account, but it's like they get no engagement. I get no engagement from these things. I get like a couple likes. Does anyone come here from Twitter? What, notifications aren't good enough for you? Rob gets no respect. That's right. I get no respect on here. I like the picture of myself that the screen cap that I took today. Okay, here's what I'll do.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
People would come here from your going live tweet if you had one.
Okay. There we go. I did it. Are you happy? Are you happy? Thank you, B-Rat, for the 200 friend coin. Rob, literally multiple times I've seen people come in here like, hey, I didn't know you streamed. I saw it on Twitter. That is true. I'll give you that. I will give you that. That has happened a couple times. That is true. And fix your fucking Discord so it shows when you're streaming. I mean, I shouldn't do that now. It literally says streamer mode enabled. Right now, if I click on the settings on Discord, it literally says streamer mode enabled. Activity status. Display current activity as a status message. It's linked to my Twitch. This is a conspiracy against me. That's what it is. First time on the channel, really enjoying this tech support show. Thank you. I'm glad you do enjoy it. Yeah, we'll get to serious stuff in a bit, all right? I mean, seriously, thank you. I appreciate you showing up. This is the zone. This is the part where we all hang out and chit-chat. We all hang out and chit-chat for the first couple of minutes. Okay? And it's supposed to be fun. It's fun and enjoyable. Someone tweeted not to click this, but it's April Fool's, so obviously clicking that shit. Un autre poisson d'avril. Ha ha ha. Sit down and have fun. I did find it from Twitter and just never got around to actually watching. Okay, well, there we go. There we go. The constant people in the community are always telling me, Rob, tweet that you're live. And I'm like, should I do that? For some reason, like, even though literally the whole point of doing this is to get people to come watch. And it does, in fact, make sense to use the platform that I have on Twitter to advertise that I do stream on Twitch and that people should come here and hang out. It does make sense. I obviously knew you had a show, but honestly never really knew what it actually was. Yeah, I mean, we do more than this. Again, this is the opening part where we just kind of hang out and vibe, and often I eat snacks. And drink energy drinks. You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. We talk about sports sometimes. Gen X Bushy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Gen X Bushy. So far, you're hitting all the right buttons here. Well, I'm glad you clicked. It's a good thing that I decided to tweet live, that I'm live. It's a good thing that I decided independently of everyone to tweet that I'm live. Looks like that was a good move. And everyone in the chat was saying, don't do it. They're saying, don't do it. Don't tweet that you're live. And I was like, hey, I think I should do it. And look who was right. Sometimes we talk about how much Rob thinks Grandpa deserved it. I mean, some grandpas did. I mean, that's just you may not like it, but that's just the reality. That's just the reality. Rob the free thinker Russo. That's exactly right. These subs are anti-Pokemon. I'm sorry, MIT nerd, that you've avoided all the gifted subs so far. Perhaps a kind and generous chatter will gift another sub, and you will be on the right side of it this time. Rob, liquidate the kulaks or so. Let's not go down that rabbit hole again.
You can count
I
on
would
me.
never.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I would never suggest that any kulaks are liquidated. I'd never suggest that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Sean Meat, for the gifted sub, and thank you very much, Alana, for the gifted sub as well. I'm waiting for the VJ sound before I'll gift sub again. I'm going to have that set up for Monday. Those are only going to be for the big time chatters, though. The truly elite chatters are only going to get that one. I clicked the link you told me not to. Damn, that really worked. Hello, Weenus. I got you. I burned you. I got your ass. Going on a business kulak liquidation sale.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I also clicked the forbidden link. God, I gotta do this more. The reverse psychology also worked on me. I clicked because I was told not to. God damn. Pelicans, thank you for the gifted sub. So, okay, so press 1. Like, let me know in the chat. You don't need to press 1. But let me know in the chat if you came here to this stream from the forbidden Twitter link. It seems like there's a number of people.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob finally considering the merits of trying to grow his audience. Part Ian, thank you for gifting another sub. Very kind of you, Part Ian. Can you make an alert for 69 bits that says, I got your ass? Yes. Yes, I could do that. Okay. I clicked the forbidden tweet. I came here from the forbidden Twitter link.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
This is off to a great start. Bigger Wig, thanks for gifting a sub. And welcome to the community, DJ Dynamic NC. I'll let you know, folks, as well. If you're just coming here and you're not familiar with this community, join the Discord as well. I got a whole Discord community also, which you should join. It's wonderful. Lately, we've been watching the Twilight films. We've been getting Twilight pilled. Not as much me. I've been not able to make it, really, for the last couple of movie nights, but others are getting heavily Twi pilled. Yeah. We got a lot of Twi hards. Team Jacob from Alana. Oh my goodness. That's going to be controversial. And it's not a cult. Important to remember. Important to keep this in mind. Not a cult. It's not a cult, but if you do want to know really what the community is about, this is as good a way to see it. I mean, if it's your first time here, it's important that you kind of get the vibe of what this is all about. And this is pretty much it. I mean, important to point out, though, when you look at this image, that it is a 2-dimensional triangle shape, right? Very important to keep that in mind. 2-dimensional. This is just a little visual cue that helps you understand what the community is about, the benefits that you get from joining the community. You know, once you become part of the exclusive trickle down clout based friendship opportunity known as the friendship triangle. You can get into that base level, right? You're not one of these schlubs anymore on the outside looking in. You join the base level. Okay, sorry, over here. These are the schlubs. These are the schlubs here. Here's the base level. You can get in there. Through gifting subs, you move up into that chaos zone. Some people thrive in there. No judgment. No judgment for anyone that thrives in the chaos zone. Lodane is pretty much the chaos zone boss, the final boss. Gifting 5+ subs, though, moves you up into that elite level. Moves you into the elite level of the friendship triangle. Clout distribution system. This is also where the clout is most concentrated. Right? See, that's the clout trickling down there. So if you're in the elite level, that's where it's most concentrated. This looks like a pyramid scheme. Again, can't be stressed enough. The pyramid, a 3-dimensional shape. It's a 3-dimensional shape. This is very clearly a 2-dimensional triangle shape. So, is the goal to get into the worm god's mouth? I mean, kinda. I guess. Maybe a bit. So there's a hidden dimension. No hidden dimension. This is all out in the open. Yeah, Yash, but with the 2 gifted subs, that does put you firmly in the chaos zone. That's correct. Yeah. We've got 10 more seconds, 15 more seconds left in this hype train, folks. Don't contribute to the hype train. Don't do it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob
I
to
specifically
talk you
said
through all this.
Very rude. Bonbon C3PO.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Did it just censor your comment? Sean Meat, you've been silenced. You've been silenced here. Thank you for the 200 friend coin, though, Sean Meat. And thank you, DJ.
You can count on me. You're going to have good
Dynamic
old Rob to talk you through all this.
for the gifted sub. Welcome to the Chaos Zone. Thank you to Bonbon C3PO for the gifted sub as well. And thank you, Alana Nana, for another 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Alana. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for contributing to the, no thank you. Thank you for not contributing. I don't know. Oh my. Warlock. My goodness gracious.
Or you can be an anti-hero like me, and work entirely outside the friendship triangle. Serve the worm god in your own way.
Warlock, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. I really need a better alert for that as well. That's another thing I have to do. Warlock, thank you very much for the $100. Ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, Warlock. That's really, really kind of you. Okay. I guess we're going to have to do serious stuff. It's almost been an hour. We're doing your olive diet. I'm eating grapes. These are grapes. I'm not just and nothing wrong with eating olives. I enjoy eating olives. I don't think I would just like munch on them like this. These are grapes though. Okay. There's one more time. Respect women. I don't respect women. Jesus Christ. Okay. That was definitely a good idea. That was funny for a single joke. That I'm not going to have to hear about 1,000 fucking times in the future. I definitely really thought that through. What foods do I not like? I don't know. I'll eat pretty much anything. Look at me. You know a food that I'm not crazy about? Water chestnuts. Water chestnuts. Not a big fan of those. They don't really taste like anything, and they've got a weird texture to them that I don't find very pleasant. Don't enjoy them. How about kale? I'll eat some kale. Sure. Yeah. This is the problem of Godhead, having every word parsed for deeper meaning and having things you say taken out of context to serve other ends. If I died prematurely, people would be online saying like, "Oh, that's sad. That's sad that happened," and someone's gonna dig up that clip and be like, "Oh, this guy, this you, I'm gonna be getting this you'd with that clip now." I hate to rain on everyone's parade. This guy was really problematic. Look at this. And then we're going to have a whole big cycle of discourse about it. Yeah. Water chestnuts taste like almost nothing. What a weird thing to hate. I just don't enjoy the texture of them. Okay? I just don't like them. That's all. Like if I'm eating a stir fry and I take a bite with a water chestnut and I'm kind of like, It doesn't do anything for me. Then it's okay to not respect women people are going to come out in your defense. Oh, you're canceling him? You're canceling him just for speaking his mind? So you hate radishes too. I wouldn't say I hate them, but I don't enjoy them. I don't seek out a radish. Like if I'm making salad, I'm not going to put radishes in there. If someone puts some, I'll eat it. I'm not a big fan though. Y'all see the Amazon Union vote was finalized. That's what we're going to look on now. As soon as we get off this like whatever conversation we're having right now about water chestnuts. Oh, you're canceling him when he doesn't respect this? Links Karen compilation 484738. The worst people in the world are going to be defending me. Then Rob's Substack blows up and he's dead, so unable to get that right pivot monies. That sounds about right. Radishes with soy sauce, a blissful snack. That sounds kind of nice. So good and crunchy, great conveyors of dips and flavors. Yeah, I wouldn't put radishes in the same category as water chestnuts. I'm not crazy about them, but I don't actively dislike them. Jordan Peterson literally weeping as he explains how Rob was right to say it. God damn it. Beets can go to hell. Okay, that I take issue with. I'm a big beet head over here. Beet Squad. Big time Beet Squad over here. Huge fan. I don't agree with that at all. Avocado, love it. Lo-fi beats to study to. I like pickled beets. I like roasted beets. Some nice roasted. You get those like rainbow beets with like the yellow ones and all the different colors. You toss that with some oil and salt and pepper and stuff. Throw it in the oven. Tremendous. Tremendous. My mom makes roasted beets and they're so tasty. Great holiday like meal. If you're making a holiday meal, really good for that. You make some roasted carrots and parsnips in one thing, some roasted beets in another thing. That's good eating. Yeah, it is tremendous. That's right. Beets are tremendous. Absolutely correct. Love parsnips. I did a tweet about parsnips a few weeks ago, how much I enjoy them. Fucking alright then. Yeah. Roasted beets go really well with goat cheese too. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds very nice. What's your favorite kind of breakfast? We're moving away from the actual important. I'm trying to pivot to important content. We're back on snack discourse now. But Belgian waffles with whipped cream and maple syrup. That does sound very good. That does sound very good. Lately, because everyone knows that I enjoy egg buns. Egg buns. You might know it as a brioche. I go to the grocery store. I get a package of egg buns. Very good. And I usually like to fry up like a fried egg. Maybe some kind of meat. It doesn't necessarily have to be a meat, but throw in some like a meat component. Cut open the egg bun with I usually put some greens on there. Maybe some mayo, chili sauce, egg. Very good. Very good breakfast. The egg bun enjoyer has logged on. That's right. Yeah, more of a savory breakfast. Yeah, that's right. We discussed this, Rob. Egg bun has egg, brioche is milk only. No egg. Okay, now I understand the difference. Just have to make sure the pickles don't fall out of your egg bun. That was actually one of those little pepperoncinis. That was one of those little pepperoncinis there. That wasn't a pickle, but good observation. No, brioche has, I believe what Red Scary was just saying was that brioche has milk. Egg bun is exclusively egg. And while I do prefer savory breakfast, I don't want to front on the sweet breakfast as well. I like maybe include a donut into all that process. Donuts and coffee. It's a great breakfast. In fact, I do really like that McDonald's McGriddle. It's a nice combination of all those things. Any McGriddle fans? McGriddle squad, rise up. Hell yeah, Maxie. Have you had the chicken McGriddle? Oh boy, that sounds good. I have not had that. I feel like I should. Vietnamese pho is the best breakfast ever. I mean, I do love that. I do love pho, but never really had it as a breakfast food. Although sometimes I often make my son like ramen noodles for his lunch. It's not the same thing, obviously, but I'll often have that for breakfast as well. You can throw an egg on there. Throw a fried egg on there. Very good. Make you a scrambled egg pita pocket with a little bit of labneh or Greek yogurt in there, some greens, avocado if you have it, other fresh chopped veggies, some za'atar. Now that's breakfast. That sounds very good. Are we ready to move on from this now? Are we ready to get serious? I do love chicken and waffles. That's a very good breakfast. Very good combination of the savory and sweet. Started eating them after Snoop Dogg took Larry King to Roscoe's that one time. It's since made its way to everyone. Now I'm not viewed as wacky for eating it. A Bad Bunny, are you vegan? Oh, wow. No, I had no idea. Greasy spoons. Big greasy spoon guy. For sure. Highly enjoyable. Okay. So, more like robbing me of my patience.
We simply use the computer to mark
gosh.
up the size of the account.
That right. This is not a Let's Be Friends stream. All seriously, bun rage.
Thank you, useless. Thank you for the 200 friend coin. I saw someone ask what a McGriddle is. Oh my goodness. More liberal decadence. It's tremendous. It's so good. I've already described multiple things as tremendous now. This is how great this food chat is going. A fantastic bit of food science. Imagine, if you will, an Egg McMuffin-sized pancake with the syrup injected into the pancake. McGriddle is the only noteworthy achievement of Western civilization. I'd be interested to know when it was introduced. When was the McGriddle introduced? Because it legitimately is probably the high point, the greatest achievement of Western civilization before it just started going downhill. Never had a McGriddle. It's very good, G Kleppy. Very good stuff. 2003? I was going to say August 2001, the brand new McDonald's McGriddle. Everything's going great in America. It's August 2001. We've introduced the brand new McGriddle. It's the end of history, folks. It's all uphill from here. Wait, that's not the same. That's not the expression. It's all gravy. Nothing bad is ever going to happen to us. The sky's the limit. Looking forward to Dana Carvey and Master of Disguise. Have you ever had a sausage roll from Greg's? I think I have, Kinguendo, but it's been a while since I was in the UK. It's been the last time I was in the UK was early 2009, so I probably did have one, but it's been a while now. Francis Fukuyama, more like Francis Wrong AF MFer. It's been a while. Wasn't Fukuyama saying again, like, it's the end of history again recently? And it's like, we've heard enough out of you, sir. Mr. Fukuyama, please just no more of this. No more predictions, please. No more predictions out of you, sir. Okay. The Amazon Union. This is really exciting, folks. We remember I'm transitioning to serious journalist mode now. I'm transitioning into serious journalist mode. We remember a couple months ago there was the Union Drive in Bessemer, Alabama. He's doubling down. He's committing to the bit. After Trump won in 2016, Fukuyama was saying it was the return of history. History never stops, motherfucker. It never stops. There was the failed Union Drive in Bessemer, Alabama, a few months ago, which I know there was a number of illegal and immoral activities that Amazon was using in order to shut down that Union Drive. And right here, massive, massive victory for working people in the United States, and hopefully a sign of more unionization efforts within Amazon, Amazon workers who desperately need a union representation, including Amazon workers like me, Amazon gig workers like me, and Bad Bunny in the chat as well, and others. Huge victory in Brooklyn, where they have voted to form the very first union for Amazon workers. This was live. This is More Perfect Union, live in Brooklyn when they're talking about this historic victory. We got a couple of things we can take a look at about this.
A faulty payroll, but it didn't matter. We were able to file right back in 6 weeks, and we got to an election with JFK by itself. And not only JFK, LDJ5 is next. It has an election coming up in April, which no doubt in my mind we're going to be successful in that one as well. Because once again, I spent the last 11 months, the folks behind me spent the last 11 months as well, inside, outside the building, at the bus stop, earning the trust of these workers, building relationships, raising money.
I got that clip for next, Mondo Michel. And I got your link as well, DJ Dynamic.
Paying bills, cable bills, phone bills, feeding them.
You can count on me. You're going to have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Every single week.
QJ Slamma. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. New Prime sub. Thank you, QJ Slamma. That's very exciting. Love to see new community members showing up here. Very cool.
Every single day, whether it was pizza, chicken, pasta, home food from my aunt cooked sometimes. They cooked, Derek cooked. We all contributed, giving out books, literature, giving out free weed because it's legal. We did that, yes we did. We did whatever it took to connect with those workers, to make their daily lives just a. They saw us right there at that bus stop, having a bonfire, lighting up s'mores, whatever it took, we were right there for them every day, and I think that resonated with the workers. Something that no established union could do, because we are Amazon workers. Whether we former or current, we know the ins and outs of the company. We know these grievances better than anybody. We live this reality every single day. I lived it for 5 years. They're still living it. They're all current workers, except for a select few. And, this is what it's about. We took care of one another. I took care of my employees when I was employed with this company. I opened up 3 buildings in the tri-state. I trained thousands of their employees. I trained hundreds of their upper management. The general manager now of JFK, they know me very well. We have a long history. My roots with the company is very deep. And I wrote that in a letter last week that was opened over 5,000 times. 5,000 workers opened that letter that I wrote. So that right there also helped the undecided people make a relationship and a connection with myself. It's not about me. Amazon tried to make it about me from day one. And I never said it was going to be Amazon versus Chris Smalls. It's always going to be Amazon versus the people. And today the people have spoken.
They'll try to destroy you.
Hey Chris, how do you feel right now? Chris?
You saw the underhanded tactics they used in Bessemer. And question, I don't know if I'm sure I can find this out. Question though, because there is going to be another vote in Bessemer, right? Because of all the underhanded tactics that they use to tip the scales in their favor in Bessemer. So it's going to be really interesting. It's very fascinating, actually, the way, changing the traffic light schedule. Yeah. Like the way that we're seeing in these big corporations, these union efforts that are really starting to pick up steam now. In Starbucks, especially, there's been a lot of union activity in Starbucks and in now Amazon. And you got to wonder whether this is going to spread. They are doing a new vote. It's going to be really interesting to see how that goes. Yeah, installed a fake fucking UPS box to collect ballots. Unbelievable. Fucking unbelievable. I've got some great anti-union propaganda we can take a look at as well, which is always interesting to look at.
Other unionizing efforts that might now be launched.
Well, I can tell you now, we got the jugular. We went for the jugular. And we went for the top dog because we want every other industry, every other business to know that things have changed. We're going to unionize. We're not going to put our jobs in the And this is a prime example of what the power that people have when they come together.
Chris, what's your message to Amazon executives today after this victory?
Oh, they're going to have to negotiate with their workers now.
Yeah.
My message is that now we have a union that they're going to have to collective bargain with.
And what's the first demand that your union is going to make?
Whatever we decide. I'll go with whatever.
Well, what's your top priority?
My top priority is whatever they is. It's a democratic process. I don't make any decision by myself. I know people do that. They know me better than anybody.
Yeah, like people are pointing out, this is certainly not the end of this.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's certainly not the end of this fight. It's really only picking up steam, but it's an amazing victory that people should celebrate. I think everyone should celebrate this. Not a paint scientist. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Very kind of you, not a paint scientist. A couple of new community members here today. This is very exciting. My goodness. Perhaps I should tweet that I'm live more. Oh, they're doing the voting right now in Bessemer. Okay, that's interesting. Too close to call. We can take a look at that in a moment. The main reason that this should be, I think, inspiring to everybody right now, especially in the United States, where through the incredible incompetence or hyper-competence, depending on how cynical you are, of the Democratic Party, they're right on the verge of handing over power back to these extreme reactionaries in the right. It seems like completely unavoidable. We went over this yesterday. They all know that they're about to lose, and they're getting ready to get all the excuses and start blaming everyone and shaming people for not supporting them after not delivering on the basic promises that they made to people when they were campaigning, and refusing to make this connection of we didn't deliver on any of the fucking things we said we were going to. Lo and behold, people are not going to support us. So that's a really scary prospect, though, for a lot of people, for marginalized people, for trans people. There's this ongoing, coordinated, organized assault against trans people right now that is being led by the right. That these people are on the verge of taking over power again. We're seeing as well that's not only going to affect trans people, but they're starting to rescind. They seem like they kind of had admitted that they lost ground on culture war stuff. With gay marriage and that, and it seems like they're getting emboldened to start going after rights for all kinds of LGBTQIA people. It's a really scary moment, but what's interesting about this, and what's I think inspiring about this, is you can see how this kind of progress can take place in a non-electoral capacity. That's something that I think everyone should be encouraged by. And that, no matter who has power in the federal government in the United States or Canada or elsewhere, their power is kind of like an illusion, as long as people on the bottom, from the bottom up, are organizing and coming together and protecting one another, whether it's working people or marginalized groups. It's a roadmap to push back on the immense pressure that's going to be coming from these extreme reactionaries that are on the verge of taking over in the United States government.
My people that have been with me from day one know exactly what type of person I am. I'm unemployed. I haven't been employed since I've been fired. Every single day I get up and I organize. That's all I do. What's day in, day out, that's my lifestyle.
And your work isn't done because you've got another vote. So how are you going to approach that upcoming vote now? Because the company will likely try and pull out maybe bigger guns.
What can they do? They already got me arrested. What more can they do? What more can they possibly do?
What about for other organizers?
I don't care what they do. It doesn't matter to us.
What's your message to other Amazon? What's your message to other Amazon workers across the country?
Unionize.
Yeah.
Reach out to us. We'll help you.
There's power in a union.
Reach out to me. I'm very accessible. I got the same number I have for the last 10 years.
What about other organizers at other places?
Because the effort in Bessemer, Mississippi failed. What is special about Staten Island? What's special about JFK?
It's
Alabama.
Yeah, I mean,
Alabama, thank you. Right.
I mean, honestly, I don't know why they weren't successful. If they are going to be challenges or whatever, I don't know everything that's going on. But I do know this: New York is a union town. I do know that every worker knows somebody that's in the union, related to somebody that's in the union. They're in close range of somebody that's in the union. The bus drivers, they get off the bus every day. They speak to union members. Alabama's a little different. Alabama's still fairly new. The Alabama, Bessemer, that building been around for less than 2 years. So it's kind of...
Yeah, they got him arrested. I got a clip right here, actually, of it. Like, there's no underhanded tactic that these massive corporations won't use to try and prevent this kind of union activity. We're going to get into as well how Amazon worked with a Democrat Party aligned marketing firm in order to try and shut down this unionization effort as well, which is another in the long list of evidence that the Democratic Party is not actually on the side of working people. I don't even remember the name of it. The PRO Act. The PRO Act that would have been part of the Build Back Better agenda would have actually been a huge gift for unionization efforts all across the country. And lo and behold, they just couldn't quite get the votes together to pass that thing. Ah, shucks. Ah, darn it. We just didn't quite have the votes to pass that PRO Act, which would have really, really helped these unionization efforts. Guess you just better vote blue a little bit harder next time. Then we'll for sure be able to do it. Manchin said no, so... Is it still on the table? Yeah, that's interesting, because I thought... I just assume that it's dead now, right, at this point. It's not like they're going to make any effort to pass that before the coming midterm elections, after which time they'll be like, well, we can't do it, don't have the votes. Considering they don't have the votes now when they have the White House and the Senate and Congress as well. They're for sure not going to have them when they lose in a couple months. No, and of course Manchin's not the only one. Like I keep saying, if there was another 5 or 6 or even 10 more Democratic senators, they still wouldn't have the votes. Just like they didn't have the votes under Obama either when they had 59 senators. They slotted it into the reconciliation bill, and then that died, so they have to stand alone it, but they probably won't. No, I do not believe they will. I would be very surprised if they would. February 23rd.
Was bringing grilled chicken and pasta to feed the workers.
We had just finished passing out all the food, and then I went outside to talk to Chris because I saw the general manager talking to him.
He approached me. He asked me to leave the premises, and I said, I will leave. I complied. I said, I'll leave. Several minutes later, that's when 5 or 6 squad cars pulled up, and about 12 police officers jumped out. Several members of my union, the ALU, came out of the cafeteria to my aid, and the police officers actually started to arrest them before they arrested me. I was the third one to be arrested. And obviously, for no reason, they charged me with trespassing.
As they were leaving, said, "We won, you lost." So it's apparent to us that the Staten Island police are really the 21st century Pinkerton force for Amazon.
Protecting capital. That's what their whole job is.
There's food vendors that come here all the time on the property who don't work for Amazon. People who drop people off all the time. Are they considered trespassing?
If I was a delivery service, whether it was Domino's or Uber Eats, none of this would have happened. We wouldn't be having this conversation. But because I'm organizing this union, because I'm who I am in the public, they have a target on me.
They were shaking the hands of the Amazon supervisors as they arrived.
What a joke.
They said that They were speaking on behalf of Amazon when they demanded that Chris leave the premises. So the police are not acting as a neutral factor trying to preserve the concept of the right of property and First Amendment rights. They're actively taking a side.
They searched me several times. They threw me up against 2 different vehicles. And I was the only...
Yeah, and cops have unions. You'd think they'd be supportive of unionizing efforts. And just another in the long list, the significant evidence that, you know, police officers are not workers. They're not on the side of workers. They stand against workers. They stand on the side of private interests, which is why these police unions shouldn't be part of these larger union organizations. And it's actually a huge failure, I think, that they're still remaining in these big union organizations. Considering the role that they play in ensuring working people do not have access to these same kind of benefits that they do. Yeah, they shouldn't have unions at all. It is a gang. Absolutely.
Only one that was asked, do I have any weapons on me? Obviously, why would I bring weapons out here? There's no need to. I was just treated differently from the beginning. When I got to the precinct, they cut my pants, they cut my strings off. They made me stand there for 6 hours with no shoes on. And we was in the holding cell for about 6+ hours. Meanwhile, they couldn't really find a reason why they had to hold us that long. But we stayed there, and right after we left, we went right back to organizing.
Their intentions was to destroy us, but it made us stronger.
Don't ever say defund the police, though. That hurts Democrats. Democrats lose elections because of all this defund the police talk, so don't anyone say that in the chat.
Sweatshop. It terminates employees in a almost Black Mirror way. For instance, you don't actually get fired by a supervisor, you get fired by an app or a computer. People are limited in their bathroom breaks. They have no right to assemble in break areas. The employer penalizes employees that bring up terms and conditions of employment. In January and February, there were complaints issued against Amazon for interrogation, surveillance, threats, unlawful discharges, and there are several more charges pending at Division of Advice concerning the employee handbook and captive audience meetings. So Amazon has been very busy violating federal labor law. They have dozens of union busters in Staten Island. Some of the other union busters worked for Trump at the Trump International Hotel, and they've been very active.
And people pointing out Jay Carney's role in running PR for Amazon while they engage in this kind of union busting. A whole lot of crossover between the Obama administration, former officials in the Obama administration and Amazon, and all these other big tech giants as well. There's basically like a revolving door between the Democratic Party elite and these tech companies, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Facebook, or Google, or any of these other places. And we'll examine the links between the Democratic Party and Amazon and these anti-unionization efforts in a few minutes. I got some more stuff about this from Means TV.
Active in other campaigns throughout the country. Today we found out through a disclosure form that Amazon paid over $315,000 to union busters. That was revealed in Burke's financial disclosures, which they waited a very long time to submit to the Department of Labor. I would say that the money that they got paid from Amazon is probably 10 times from what they report. So we're talking about several millions of dollars in money to union busters. Why is it that Amazon thinks that what they're doing is anything different than lying to employees about their OSHA rights, the rights under ERISA, the rights under the Fair Labor Standards Act, or the Family Medical Leave Act? It's not. Well, they haven't helped the workers at all. They haven't asked the police to drop the charges. I mean, this is the third time that the police have been harassing the organizers. So this isn't just like the first time this has occurred.
One of the Starbucks in my city, Rochester, tried to unionize and their store was closed down. Yeah, they're either closing down the stores or just firing the organizers outright. Which is supposed to be illegal, but apparently not. I think that's something that the PRO Act would enshrine into law, that pesky PRO Act that they wanted to pass and they just didn't have the votes to do it because of those dastardly Republicans. Ah, shucks. Surreal watching this on Twitch right now. Yeah, well, again, it's like, this is encouraging. My job is a gig worker for the Amazon Corporation to, create content. As much as whatever I talk about on the show, my job is to sell. I'm a salesman. My whole job is to sell Twitch subscriptions. Like, that's my job. That's what I get paid for. So, like, believe me, I would much rather have actual workplace protections to do this job than to have to rely on the generous people in the community to keep it afloat. But that's, if I can do one thing and use this platform to, talk about Amazon's union busting efforts and how evil Amazon and Jeff Bezos are, I'm going to continue to do that.
I want people to take away that this union, the ALU, the independent worker-led union, that started off with no resources, no money, no real guidance on how to get here. And we were able to come together as people, just regular people, working class people, and form something very powerful. And we already created history.
Yes, super obnoxious all caps name sense. But look at this. Why do you even need a union? Why do you need a union? Look at that. If you're overwhelmed at the Amazon factory, at the Amazon warehouse, you just head over into the mindful practice room and just vibe out in there for a few minutes. What do you need a union for? You're fine. Just head on over to the mindful practice room and just get some quality time in there on your break, though. On your fucking break. Don't do it during work hours. Just to be clear. Do not do it during work hours. Do not go into the mindful practice room. You will be penalized. You wear a little app on your belt, like a little Tagamachi guy that monitors what you're doing. And if you dare go into the mindful practice room during work hours, it will be logging that. You will be penalized. Just to be clear. So I was talking about the link between the Democratic Party and these anti-unionization efforts. This is an important story in that
reported
too.
On Thursday,
piece of that puzzle from our friend Sam Sachs.
CNBC reported on Thursday that Amazon hired an influential Democratic polling firm to do union busting at the Staten Island warehouse. Global Strategy Group has worked on a number of Democratic campaigns, including serving as a polling partner to Joe Biden's super PAC in 2020. Democratic politicians like Joe Manchin and Ed Markey have relied on the firm's services, and White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki used to even work there. Well, the company has spent the last year now producing union-busting materials for Amazon, too. According to filings with the Department of Labor, Amazon spent over $4 million in total on the services of union-busting firms last year. That's way more than any other company. Looking at the results in Staten Island, executives have to be wondering what exactly they paid for. CNBC reported on Thursday.
I wonder if I can... You can watch this whole segment. Subscribe to Means TV. really need something like this. This is really my vibe, this introduction.
Hey, time to wake up. It's Means Morning News, 9 a.m. on the East Coast in Washington, D.C. And this is your source for anti-capitalist news and analysis. Thanks for watching and subscribing. I'm the host of the show, Sam Sachs. Good morning to everyone, especially all the fools out there. Today is your day. Can someone please explain to me why we have an April Fool's Day, but not a day for people who aren't fools? People like myself who've never
It's every
been
day
fooled?
over here.
Where's our day, huh? The Amazon labor union is about to do it. 2 years ago this week, Amazon worker Christian Smalls organized a walkout at his warehouse in Staten Island to protest the company's lack of pandemic safety measures. Smalls was fired over it, and Amazon executives were later busted for smearing him, claiming he wasn't smart or articulate, and if the press wanted to focus on him, then that's better for the company. Welp, in a reversal of Shakespearean proportions, Smalls returned to the facility in Staten Island and is now on the verge of organizing the first Amazon union in the United States. The NLRB began counting ballots in the union election at the Staten Island Distribution Center on Thursday, and with a majority of votes counted so far, the upstart independent Amazon labor union and its president, Christian Smalls, are defying all the odds. The union leads with 1,518 yes votes to only 1,154 no votes. It's unclear just how many votes are left to be counted, but 6 out of 10 boxes of ballots have already been tabulated. Now, sure, anything can happen, but it would be a real statistical anomaly for Amazon to reverse this election in the remaining votes. Vote counting at the NLRB resumes in just a few minutes at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and in all likelihood, the union will finish what it started and win the election, one of the most significant labor victories in a generation, perhaps even longer. And something remarkable about this is that the union did it all on its own. No Democratic members of Congress showed up to support the organizing, not even members of the squad, not Bernie Sanders. Major labor
It
groups
wasn't in
basically
AOC's
ignored what was
district, though,
happening.
so.
But for nearly a year, the union was on site organizing, and it was precisely because of its
Maybe could have
independent
mentioned
status,
it. I don't know.
which scared off establishment labor, that it had a powerful counter-argument to Amazon's anti-union propaganda. It wasn't some outside group trying to organize workers. It was the workers themselves, led by Smalls, a former worker himself. A similar dynamic to what we're seeing with the worker-driven organizing effort at Starbucks. Democrats didn't just ignore the historic union fight. They helped fund the
Too
campaign
busy with the
against
Twitter
it.
clapbacks.
CNBC reported on Thursday that Amazon hired an influential Democratic polling firm to do union busting at the Staten Island warehouse. Global Strategy Group has worked on a number of Democratic campaigns, including serving as a polling partner to Joe Biden's super PAC in 2020. Democratic politicians like Joe Manchin and Ed Markey.
To be fair, and it's worth pointing out as well that Bernie also didn't have enough attention on this as well. Bernie should have been there also. Just to be fair, I will say also that, a lot of this has made me, when we talk about how evil Amazon is, it really makes me think of when they were talking about opening that new headquarters, and you have all these all these cities and mayors and governors just bending over backwards to offer them whatever incentives to come and start a new headquarters in their town. You saw this in Toronto. You saw this all over America. Just these people just debasing themselves, begging Amazon to come open up their new headquarters there. And in AOC's credit, she was very good during this to say no, we don't want that, and pointing out the reasons why that would actually be destructive and harmful, and that it's not good to offer all these tax breaks to Amazon. So I think that was good. I think every progressive-minded Democrat should have been on top of this more. The squad, Bernie Sanders, and I think that is a huge failure. But I think that I do recall that AOC was very good on that when that conversation was going on. And hopefully this will be a wake-up call for some of these folks that they can actually start maybe getting a little bit more involved in these efforts, Bernie did have a lot going on with the MLB. That's true. But yeah, I don't think there's any excuse. Like they should have been all over this. Instead of the positive union coverage, things are being made about AOC. And that's maybe true as well. There's maybe an element of that they didn't want to take away. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they didn't want to take away the focus from it. Not that there was much focus on it. They didn't want to make it about them or being some kind of a self-promotion thing. I don't know. I feel like if you're in the Democratic Party, you want to signal that you're a friend to organized labor and these unionization efforts, you should at least be talking about this or going over there.
Have relied on the firm's services, and White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki used to even work there.
Jen Psaki, by the way, talking about the revolving door with the Democratic Party, not going to work for a big tech company, but just today announced that she will be going to MSNBC. Psaki's going to go work on MSNBC just in time to blame the left for all the electoral losses that the devastating electoral losses that are about to suffer in the next couple of months. Psaki's going to be well positioned on MSNBC on election night to make sure the blame for that is going to be where it needs to be, and not on their own massive failures to do anything that they claim that they wanted to do.
Well, the company has spent the last year now producing union-busting materials for Amazon, too. According to filings with the Department of Labor, Amazon spent over $4 million in total on the services of union-busting firms last year. That's way more than any other company. Looking at the results in Staten Island.
Okay, this is an interesting take, DJ Dynamic. So Bernie people were involved kind of on the sly, and it's because getting high-profile Bernie attention on it can spark big pushback and derail the messaging. Remember, the key to success, Chris Smalls says, was that it was worker-led. Outside support can harm as much as help. I think that's an interesting take. That's an interesting take that we should probably keep in mind.
Executives have to be wondering what exactly they paid for. The Amazon Labor Union is also behind a second organizing push at another warehouse in Staten Island, which will hold an election at the end of April. Now, as massive of a story as this pending labor win in New York is, it wasn't the only election Amazon was fending off on Thursday. Votes were simultaneously being counted at a warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama. It was a union election do-over after the first results last year were tossed out by the NLRB due to illegal behavior by the company.
Psaki already did her stint at a tech Israeli surveillance company. Oh, good. She already got that out of the way. Wonderful.
In that first election, Amazon won by about a 2-to-1 margin. This election is much, much closer than last year's. The company holds a narrow 118-vote lead, but there are over 400 ballots that have been challenged. And since they could determine the final result of the election, the NLRB will hold a hearing on whether or not they should be counted in the coming weeks. So that fight isn't over yet.
Cool. Well, thank you, Sam Sachs. I hope it's okay that I watched that segment. Subscribe to Means TV. Okay? I'm plugging Means TV. Really cool anti-capitalist content, including Means Morning News, a lot of other really cool stuff. Really good. Really, I highly recommend that. I got to take a short break. Okay? I'm going to take a short break, folks. I will be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll hang out some more. We can continue talking about this. We can move on to some other stuff. Lots of stuff to get into today still. So, don't go anywhere. I'll come back in just a moment. I'll talk to you soon. Hey. What's up? I'm back. I'm back, folks. Rando reminiscing, but it was 1995. We lived in the DC area. My dad was a professor during the day. He ran a Smoothie King knockoff store at the mall on the side. I was 7 years old, making syrup, cutting up fruits, worst of all, making ice blocks. And my only respite from it all was to be at the mall, memorizing multiplication tables and maybe a smoothie and pretzel and half hour at the arcade playing NBA Jams or NASCAR. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We love NBA Jam. Classic game. You know what game I really liked? The arcade game I really liked in terms of like racing games? That like 4x4 one. The like off-road 4x4 stuff game. Remember that game? What was it? What game am I talking? Super Off-Road. Super Off-Road. Fucking awesome game. Remember this? I don't endorse this thing with the scantily clad women, though. I'd forgotten about that. It's disrespectful. This definitely isn't NASCAR, no. Okay. Awesome game. It's part of car culture, Rod. The bikinis enhance the beauty of the cars and vice versa. Disrespectful little Canadian brat. I deserve that. I deserve that. Crazy Taxi and Cruisin' the World. Those were my two favorite arcade racing games. Well, I just remember when it was Cruisin' USA. That was like, I remember when that came out. And that was such an upgrade graphically. It was like, oh fuck, we're in the future. Look at Cruisin' USA. This is crazy. State of the art. And Crazy Taxi, I believe that was out on the Dreamcast. That was great stuff. I remember playing Cruising USA while waiting for my Laser Quest game to start. Man. So as you know, I grew up in Brockville, Ontario. That's this town I grew up in. I was born here in Montreal. I grew up in Brockville, Ontario. And every summer in Brockville, Ontario, they would have Riverfest, because it's right on the St. Lawrence River. They'd have Riverfest. So it's like a whole week-long thing with like carnival, concert, all kinds of stuff going on. And it did just trigger this nostalgia memory. There was something about getting that in between the like tween and teenager age, around 12, 13, 7th or 8th grade, and getting turned loose in Riverfest kind of without parental accompaniment. Felt kind of like, oh, we're like big kids now and stuff. Going to do laser tag. No, I was not a carny, no. I have nothing but respect for carnies. But just that that feeling when you're like, wow, I'm like growing up. I'm like a teenager. My whole life's ahead of me. Going around, walking around with your friends, your shitty friends, doing laser tag, arcade games. Laser tag is still a lot of fun. The wind in your hair. It's like a Bob Seger song. Rob Lore. Yeah. No idea that in 20 years you'd be more like 25 years, unfortunately. No idea that in 25 years you'd be talking to strangers for money on the internet. That's right. My whole life's ahead of me. And cut to 25 years later, I'm just in my basement going, subscribe to my channel. What does the future hold? Subscribe. Who could predict it? Yeah. Who could? You do say other stuff sometimes. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, cut to 25 years in the future. What am I going to be doing? What does the future hold? What does the future hold?
Stalini, figlia Damianico.
No.
Però Santa Samda, Shem Babua.
No. Easy knibble the whole. No.
Oh my gosh. That just never gets old to me. That never gets old. Been watching that all week. I've been watching this all week. It just does not get old to me. There's the link. Shout out to the R Gen Zedong subreddit. The only readable subreddit right now. Oh boy. Oh, nothing worse than that. Nothing worse than the in-between sneeze stage. One of my least favorite things. It's gone now. I lost it. Oh. Hate that. Really hate that. Very unfortunate. Yeah, the Gen Zedong sub is quarantined. It's amazing the stuff that you can find on Reddit that is not quarantined. and not banned. It's really strange, isn't it? If Israel goes and bombs Gaza, Israel keeping people in an open air prison camp, and it goes and bombs Gaza, you can go and have a subreddit and be like, this is great. I think it's good that they're doing this, and I like it. And here's links that celebrate this, and here's all kinds of like news footage. That's it. And just like, oh, that's no problem for Reddit. That's no problem at all. But when you have a subreddit that, like, when the Ukrainian-Russian conflict is going on, you say, you know what? I think NATO is kind of partially responsible for this. They're like, what? What? You can't have that. You can't have that. That's I know we have free speech. I know we have free speech in our Western liberal democracies. That has to have a limit, though. It has to have a limit. Inconceivable. Exactly. Lively debate is only allowed within a very limited spectrum. Absolutely. Absolutely right. Okay, so what's next? We could, just to close off what we were saying, congratulations to Amazon workers everywhere, including me, but especially these Amazon workers in the press conference was in Brooklyn, but the Amazon warehouse that they utilized was in Staten Island, right? I should probably know that considering we just watched all that content about it. But congratulations to all the Amazon workers that successfully unionized today. It's really, really exciting. It's a really, really exciting development. I'm about to get in the car with my mom again. Kind of bummed Rob won't be live soon. Well, I'm going to be here for another 2 hours. Reddit is corpo owned, and more you see how political events wash over the website. Yeah, it's really fucking disturbing, and you realize as well how, as much as these tech companies claim to be independent of the state, they're not. They're not at all. They're arms of the state. They're arms of the national security establishment, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Reddit, whether it's Twitch. Ultimately, they're subservient to that national security establishment. As soon as the State Department of the United States government starts putting pressure on these companies, again, staffed by these former Democratic Party staffers and officials, lo and behold, they shut down and silence any speech that doesn't conform to this very strict, rigid version of events. The number one most Reddit addicted city was the Elgin Air Force Base. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh gosh. Oh my gosh, here.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
B-Rat, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Brain Genius, and thank you so much to Risk Inverse for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Here, I got a question for you guys. You've all seen me do my ma tante dance many times. Here's the question. Who did it better? Who did it better? Who do you have here? Okay. All right. Alrighty then.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Rob, you need to pronounce ma tight vache a mal ox pats so I can compare pronunciations.
Ma petite vache à mal aux pattes. I guess. Thank you, B-Rat, for the 200 friend coin. Okay. So what's next on the old agenda? Thanks for this, Rob. I'm glad you tweeted. I'll pop in again some other time. Gotta get back to work. Cheers. Thank you, DJ Dynamic, for stopping by. Happy to have you in the community. Welcome. And remember, everyone, if you're new in the community, please do join the Discord server. So let's see what I have next on the docket. We talked about the possible peace talks in Russia, Ukraine. We could look at the Breakthrough News clip. Breakthrough News has been basically like creating all my content for me recently. We could take a look at, they have a clip about the Russia-Ukraine peace talks, which is fairly long. We could look at the clip with Vijay Prashad and Brian Becker to explore more of the origins of this conflict as well, which I've been meaning to look at that and have not. That could be something we could do. Is there something I'm forgetting? There might be. Let's see here. Let's see what else we got. Don't mind me. I heard Ted Cruz sat on his balls so hard he died. I believe it. I believe it, brother. We could do that VJ clip. Vijay Prashad, of course, not only a friend of the stream, but my personal friend. My personal friend, Vijay Prashad, and we know each other. We like to hang out. We're friends. Can't stress this enough. We are friends. How long is this? Pretty long. Oh, it's about an hour. Okay, this is good. And the reason that I do want to watch this is because this is, I think, the sort of inevitable takeaway about Ukraine. And this is what I've been talking about on the stream for a couple weeks now. You know, the way NATO and the West views Ukraine. Is this a country that it's just been that's being persecuted for no reason and that we're trying to save? Or is it or is this the exact circumstance that NATO wanted to provoke deliberately? Do they want peace in Ukraine? There's peace talks going now. I hope these peace talks lead to actual peace. I hope this invasion ends right away. That's always been what I've hoped for from day one as soon as this kicked off. But what does the West want? What does the West want out of all this? Do they want peace in Ukraine? Do they want Ukraine to admit that it's never going to be part of NATO? That was actually, now I just remembered the thing that I wanted to watch yesterday that it escaped my mind, but that article where Zelensky outlines the fact that being involved in NATO was never even on the table. It was privately taken off the table for Zelensky, Ukraine being part of NATO, but publicly they wanted to keep the door open. Right? Why though? Why was that? Why did they want to keep the door open publicly? Well, it's because they wanted to provoke this conflict. They wanted this exact outcome to occur so they can sacrifice Ukraine, treat Ukraine as a pawn, as this video is going to outline with Vijay Prashad and Brian Becker, in order to create this kind of like Afghanistan-esque quagmire for Russia to get caught up in. Which I think flies in the face from the narrative that we've been faced with about this in the West over the last couple of weeks, that they're trying to save Ukraine. They're trying to help Ukrainians. The West, they don't give a shit about Ukrainians. They don't give a shit about ending this conflict. We see these peace talks going on right now, where already these CIA-backed hipster investigative journalists organizations like Bellingcat are already kind of trying to undermine by suggesting that like Russia is just indiscriminately poisoning everyone going to these peace talks. So that's the question. Does the West want neutrality? Do they want to give up these Eastern republics to Russia? Do they want to give up Crimea and admit and like agree that these places are, you know, either independent or part of Russia, as the case was in Crimea? I don't really think that they do. This is what it's going to take to have an actual peace. This is what is at stake in these peace talks. Does the West want that, though? I don't think so. And I think this video is going to underline why that is. Also, this will allow me to just like kind of sit back and watch this video and vibe with you guys rather than continuing to open my big yapper. And once again, huge shout out to Breakthrough News. Unlike Bellingcat, they are a news organization, and they've been doing really, really great work covering this conflict over the last couple of weeks, better than any mainstream journalism outlet has been doing. And I think affiliated with PSL. PSL seems quite cool. If you're looking for like a radical organization to join up with and you're in the States, I think PSL seems like there's a lot of really cool people that I respect a lot that are part of it. They're putting together this People's Summit in LA this summer too, which sounds really interesting as well. So here's this video, Ukraine is a pawn. This is Brian Becker with my personal friend, Vijay Prashad, exploring this idea of what the West actually wants with Ukraine, what this has all been about.
We need a new system. We need a new society. We need to demand that which may have sounded impossible even a few weeks ago, but is not only realizable, but an imperative necessity.
Yeah, you like that outrun?
Welcome to this week's episode of The Real Story on the Socialist Program. I'm your host, Brian Becker. Today we'll be talking about the war in Ukraine.
Brian Becker has been so helpful for me to
Vijay
understand the whole
Prashad.
context
He
of
is
this
the
before all this
executive
popped off.
Of the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, chief editor of Leftward Books. He is a prolific author and the author of Red Star Over the Third World. Vijay Prashad, welcome back to the Socialist Program.
Thanks a lot, Brian.
Vijay, there's new news about the Ukraine war. Of course, we've been following it carefully.
This was from about a week ago, if there's anything that's out of context
now.
now.
Operation or the Russian invasion of Ukraine, going back a couple months now. And it's very important for our audience, and especially for people on the left. This is the Socialist Program, to keep in clear focus what caused the crisis. The war had a certain beginning, but it had a prelude, and the prelude is critically important for us to understand why the war started, why Russia did what it did, and also what the path towards peace would be.
I think Vijay's doing the black t-shirt, black blazer combo.
Say Russia should immediately stop the war, and of course we don't support the Russian military operation in Ukraine. We think it's a terrible tragedy. The Ukrainian and Russian people were one people, the Soviet people, living together, sharing the benefits of socialism, at one time fighting together to defeat fascism during World War II. So it's a great tragedy. But simply protesting against Russia doesn't get to the root of the problem, nor does it lead us to a path towards peace, because Russia obviously took this action knowing that it would be evicted from the world economy.
That's true, Aaron. It's a little disrespectful.
Huge economic losses because it felt compelled to do so. And now we have people all over the world waving Ukrainian flags and caring about Ukrainian lives. But if you actually care about the lives of Ukrainians, if you think of Ukrainians not as
he did
pawn
wear a cool
in
shirt,
somebody
that's
else's
true.
geostrategic chessboard, you have to think, well, how could the war end? And actually, we believe the war could end the same way the war could have been avoided, which is for the United States and NATO to sit down and negotiate with the Russians and meet their legitimate national security concerns, which were mainly not to have Ukraine and other Soviet or Russian allies, previous Soviet republics, be incorporated into NATO and thus used as a staging ground for advanced nuclear and conventional missiles that would target Russia. That's the path to peace. I want to talk to you specifically about why NATO took this aggressive position. Why the confrontation with Russia?
Remember what Zelensky said. Zelensky himself said this just a few weeks ago. Or was it last week? It was around the same time that this aired. Remember what he said. Privately, they were saying, NATO was saying, Ukraine won't be a member. Publicly, though, we have to keep the door open. That's a key puzzle piece to all of this. That helps explain a whole lot of this stuff. Why would they say that to him? Why would they want to keep the door open publicly? This could have been avoided. There's like so many different points throughout the last 10 years, and even especially throughout the last 6 months to a year, that this could have been avoided. But none of these steps were ever taken. Why is that? This is the question. This is the question we should all be asking ourselves.
It didn't just start even in the last few months. And to do it, I think it's helpful to go back to the origin of NATO itself and the post-World War II sort of framework, the U.S. framework, where the U.S. becomes the dominant superpower in the world. And I know you have talked about this a lot. You have a lot to say, extremely interesting presentations. I want to start, though, with an audio clip. It's quite famous now. We've used it before on our show. It's Victoria Nuland, who was at that time Assistant Secretary of State, talking to the U.S. ambassador in Kiev about the coup that was taking place.
No, this is not Bloomberg television. That would be cool if it was, though.
The days before the coup in February 2014. Let's listen to this clip because it speaks, in fact, directly to the points
it's
that
breakthrough
you've been
news.
Making. Let's listen.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, what he needs.
Highly recommend you check this out. Breakthrough News. It's really great stuff.
Talking to them 4 times a week, I just think Klitsch going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work. So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, the EU.
Vijay, those are very choice words to describe such an important ally as the EU, but it says so much about how the U.S. is actually the puppet master here.
Well, Brian, let's understand what the EU is and what NATO is, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Let's.
NATO isn't sui generis. It wasn't created out of nothing by itself. In the immediate period after World War II, the United States developed a series of treaty organizations, whether it was the treaty with the inter-regional.
This is a good question, Johnny, dialectically. Isn't that phone call recording the one where she said to him, nobody is going to investigate the Azov ties to the sniping done on the hotel rooftops during the Maidan protest? This is the only clip of it I've ever heard because it's been reshared in this context, showing the power and sway that the U.S. State Department had in ensuring that these Maidan protests went in a certain way and basically like hand picking the next government of Ukraine. I haven't heard that part of it, but none of that would surprise me. Certainly.
Treaty in the Americas, the so-called Rio Pact of 1947, then the North Atlantic Treaty Organization 1949. Subsequent to that, the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization 1954, the Manila Pact, and then the Baghdad Pact of 1955, the Central Treaty Organization. What each of these were attempts by the United States to cement its allies in different parts of the world and extend the force of US power. I mean, it's because of these treaty organizations that the US was able to create bases all over the world. Now, 800 bases in some 80 countries. I mean, the Manila Pact is what allowed the United States to establish and extend the Subic Bay base, which sat there, for decades. The NATO pact with the North Atlantic countries allowed the United States to produce bases all across Western Europe, including the famous base in Mannheim in Germany and so on. So NATO was essentially not a
That's right,
treaty
Nicole.
with Europeans as equal partners and the Canadians and so on. It's not an equal table. This is an instrument for US power projection in different parts of the world. Now, most of these treaty organizations, Brian, just disappeared in time. Some disappeared because, the relations of forces changed in these parts of the world. United States wasn't able to maintain its power effectively enough. But NATO outlived all of them. And in fact, in 1990-91, there was a suggestion
Nicole,
that
you should check out that clip
NATO
in the chat.
should be disbanded. After all, Soviet Union is gone, the Warsaw Pact is gone, the communist state system is no longer around. What does Europe or the North Atlantic need defending from? At that time in 1991, Boris Yeltsin was in power in Russia. He was totally open to the West. In fact, NATO and Russia opened negotiations after 1991, and Russia becomes a partner of NATO in that immediate period. So why was NATO to remain in existence? A serious question was raised. So what I want to first indicate is when Victoria Nuland, who by the way was recently in Colombia and in New Delhi, and you got to be afraid when Victoria Nuland goes anywhere because you never know what's coming next after her experience in Ukraine. When Victoria Nuland says, F the EU, what she's saying essentially is, look, the Europeans are an instrument of our power. In that same clip, she talks about the United Nations, instrumentalize the United Nations. If the EU doesn't, get in line with us, push them aside. We don't need them. We'll directly put our own people in charge in Kiev. So look, if you're a European, you got to listen to that clip and understand your situation. Firstly, the European Union is treated as essentially an instrument of US power, and NATO is the United States Trojan horse in Europe. That's effectively what it is. The United States began to put pressure on on the whole of Europe and parts of Asia to basically capitulate to its understanding of the world. This was fine, Brian, up to around 2007. In fact, Vladimir Putin, who was Boris Yeltsin's prime minister and then the president who took over after Boris Yeltsin, Mr. Putin was also eager for integration with Europe and the West in the first several years of his presidency. 2007, after the world financial crisis, I think a really
For sure,
different
Dakadoon.
orientation came there in Moscow. They began to understand that the United States was not that keen on integrating Russia on an equal footing. And I must say, the spur for the
Remember
Ukraine...
that? I mean, talk about...
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Dakadoon, talk about that Mearsheimer, right? Mearsheimer is the guy that also correctly predicted exactly what was going to happen. But remember that clip about the way that the U.S. Engages with the rest of the world too when he's talking to that Australian think tank, right? Are you going to choose prosperity or security? Are you going to be with us or are you going to be with the bad guys? They're forcing the EU to take that decision right now. You can choose prosperity or you can choose security by not going against us. And they're making all these EU partners just like shoot themselves in the feet. Cape Codmunist, thank you very, very much for gifting us up. Thank you so, so much, Cape Codmunist. The U.S. is walking Ukraine down the primrose path. He was absolutely right. And you have all these weird liberal journalists as well that are like, oh, how dare he say that? How dare he correctly predict something that was about to happen? There's that horrible U.S. commentator the other day that's like, what Mearsheimer is basically saying that like, oh, she was dressed in a short skirt, so she deserved it. That's what passes for analysis in the mainstream media in the United States. This like fucking horrible analogy, which literally trivializes the assault and rape that women are experienced regularly and tries to graft that onto this complex like, geopolitical issue, which has nothing to do with it. That's what passes for in the discourse and analysis with these fucking dumb liberals that dominate discourse about this. And the U.S. is literally the guy who roofied the drink in that analogy. Yeah, they conveniently leave that part out of it, don't they? Yeah.
War now.
And sorry, talk about the EU as well, and I'm sure they're going to get into this, but a lot of this comes down to the Maidan in the first place, which took place after Ukraine said no to the IMF. Right? And they wanted to give Ukraine, the poorest country in Europe, an IMF loan, and they didn't want to do it. Probably because they've read a basic history. The government at that time had a basic understanding of how the IMF operates, and didn't want to take this kind of debt trap deal with the IMF. As soon as they said no, boom, government gets overthrown right away. Kind of interesting how that works, isn't it?
Was not just in 2014. It's when Trump unilaterally withdrew from the Intermediate Nuclear Missile Treaty, the INF, in 2018, and then the Russians followed immediately after. That was the spur because it suggested to the government in Russia that the United States was interested in placing intermediate nuclear missiles very close to the border of Russia, and those missiles would be able to strike important cities in Russia without Russia being able to defend against their arrival. And I think that was a game changer for Moscow, and it accelerated this conflict.
Indeed, we had the anti-ballistic missile treaty, which was a
yeah, Dakadoon, absolutely. The Ukrainians that wanted to align more with the West are now experiencing what an alignment with the West really means. Yeah, absolutely. This is what happens when you make a deal with the West, when you make a deal with the United States of America, or the United Snakes of America, as I refer to it. You just saw the Who Did It Better clip, so who do you think did it better? I actually think when I tried to do it, I didn't do a very good job. I actually think you probably did it better. In the GIF that I did, it's better. But when I was trying to do it just now, I didn't feel like it was that good. We did talk about Amazon, yeah. We did talk about that. Yeah, I can admit. I'm man enough to admit that you did do it better in that case, but I'll be back. I'll be back. We're going to have another dance off. Then you'll see. Oh, then you'll see. Literally all you had to do in 2014 is look at what the IMF and the EU had done to the Italian and Greek economy to know that no matter how crooked Yanukovych was. Yeah, great point. Absolutely.
Primary piece of the Cold War arms control architecture that created some degree of equilibrium, meaning neither side could develop missile defense shields such that it would give the other side a first strike capability, meaning you could launch your nuclear weapons first, you take out 95 or 97 or 98% of the enemy's nuclear weapons, and then you have missile defense shields to pick up the remnants, the 2 or 3%. So yeah, a few nuclear weapons come through, you lose 20 million people or 100 million people, but you win the war. And so
you need a new breakdance battle. I'm going to be one of those guys. I'm going to do the whole like getting ready to go in, and then I go to do the spin, and I just immediately just fall right on my back, like, ow! Just like writhing around on the ground. Oh, here he goes. Here he goes.
So the calculus of Cold War thinking, where one side thought maybe we can win a nuclear war, that was basically eviscerated with the those kind of arms agreements, the anti-ballistic missile treaty. Putin said a few years ago the cancellation of the ABM treaty was critical in terms of the relations going south between the U.S. and Russia. But then to cancel the INF treaty in 2019, at the very same time, the U.S. changes its military doctrine and says, look, the war on terror is no longer the priority. It's now major power conflict, meaning war with Russia and China will be the priorities for budgeting, contingency planning, war gaming, etc.
Leftward Ho, thank you so much for continuing the gift sub that you got from G Cluppy. I appreciate it a lot. I don't know why this happens every time. I don't know why that doesn't trigger an alert. It's supposed to. I don't know why that doesn't happen. I'll update it manually so I'm not scamming anyone. Thank you, Leftward Ho. I appreciate that.
Et cetera, et cetera. This sends a message to Russia and to China. Look, the U.S. is actually getting ready for war with you, and it's canceled these two important treaties. Now, again, for the audience, VJ, you know it well, but the INF treaty was the byproduct of Europe standing up in 1982 and 83. That's when the anti-nuclear movement, the freeze movement, took off. In the United States on June 12, 1982, 1 million people marched in Central Park demanding a treaty like this and a freeze on nuclear weapons. So Reagan and Gorbachev signed that treaty in 1986. It means the missiles that were placed in Europe by Reagan in 81, 82, that had a flight time of 6 minutes to their targets, and all of their targets in the Soviet Union were at the political offices of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, mayor's offices, political offices everywhere. The Soviets were alarmed and thought war was coming because they couldn't defend against those kind of missiles. So that treaty was an essential feature for Russia's national security. I couldn't agree with you more that the cancellation of that treaty by Trump, and without any debate, I mean, all this anti-Trump sentiment in America, where was the sentiment against the cancellation of the INF treaty? Go ahead.
That's an interesting question.
In fact, it's very interesting, Brian, because it comes at the time when the world community, the term international community is used extremely precisely. It basically means the North Atlantic countries, with the United States dictating
we follow
the
terms.
The
rules,
but
though.
In that same
it's rules
period,
based.
The world community rallied around a new treaty which called for the abolition of nuclear weapons. In fact, the group that pushed that treaty won the Nobel Prize for Peace. It was a very important period.
Yeah, Orange Man, sometimes okay when it comes to those things.
As you say, two important things happen. The United States changes its basic doctrine, puts pressure now on Russia and China, and on the other side says, look, we don't care about nuclear
You can count
the
on me. You're
nuclear
gonna have good old
control
Rob to talk you through all
mechanisms that
this.
we had, ABM,
Here for the
INF.
appreciation.
Selhoris, thank you very, very much for the 4 months of Tier 1. I do appreciate every sub, as has been said. Thank you, Selhoris.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
They only want you when you're 17. When you're 21, you're no fun. Musical notes.
Lodane, thank you so much for the 17 months. I really appreciate that. Folks, Lodane was here with me when none of you even knew I existed. None of you supported me. When no one else was here, Lodane was here for me. There was a time when my Discord server was just me and Lodane and a bunch of dust balls, dust bunnies. I still don't support you. There we go. Nothing else was going on in there. Back when we actively rooted against Rib. That's right. Exactly. Lodane, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
This is for Lodane. This is a test bit alert.
Thank you, G. Kleppy. Thank you, G. Kleppy, for the 200 friend coin. Sin Chow was around back then, but we never ran into one another. I mean, Sin Chow's been around for a while, but not that long. A little over a year. When there was only one set of footprints, Lodane was carrying you. That's exactly right. You're welcome, Rob, but it was for Lodane. Okay, I apologize. I apologize for saying thank you. I was always Team Rib. Thank you, Unelectable Airwaves. And thank you, Rylan, for the 10 bits as well. And Rylan, also, thank you for the thing that you did the other day that we don't need to get into the details of. Did the Ukraine attack on Russian side of border happen this morning? Hear about this? No, I didn't. No, I did not. This is like from a week ago, this clip. And I've tried to avoid getting into the details of these military operations as they happen, just because there's been so much misinformation flying around on all sides that I'm always trying to wait to, if we can get things confirmed beyond any reasonable doubt before we start weighing in on that kind of stuff, because you never know how much of it is true and how much of it is not true. Sounds interesting, though, and it's interesting, especially as there's these peace talks going on. Interesting that if that is true, which maybe it is, maybe it isn't, if there was some kind of attack on the Russian side by Ukrainian forces while these peace talks are going on, it does speak to this idea that there are elements within the West, and NATO and the US, and the Ukrainian military establishment, including Azov and these far-right militias, that do not want these peace talks to continue. Yeah, I wonder who that helps. Ukrainian helicopters allegedly bombed Russian fuel supplies inside Russia. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
And so on. But what was underneath that? What was underneath that, I feel, was that there was a sneaking suspicion.
U.S. intelligence could tell me that the sky is blue and I wouldn't believe it. And that's why it's like, as much as all these people have tried to come to the channel and like own me or whatever, saying, you said before the invasion, you said it wasn't going to happen and you said this and I was right and you were wrong. I will never, ever believe what these motherfuckers say. Ever. That's not going to change now. That's not going to change now because this thing happened that I didn't think was going to happen. I'm not going to be like, oh, maybe they're right sometimes. No. I will never, ever believe a word of what these motherfuckers say. Ever. Regardless of anything that's happened in this conflict. That will never change.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hey, thanks for the raid, Dan. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Bring it on in. Hello. Hello, friends. We are just watching this video from Breakthrough News, exploring the idea of Ukraine. Ukraine is a pawn. What does the West want with Ukraine? Do they want peace? Do they want Ukraine to be neutral, as these peace talks have been kind of like exploring? Do they want neutrality? Do they want Ukraine to never be part of NATO, which they could have said months ago and avoided this whole thing? Or do they want Ukraine to turn into this blood-soaked civil war quagmire where these CIA-backed right-wing militias are engaging in this like stay-behind insurgency, which destabilizes Russia? Who is motherfuckers here? Sorry, I just got back. Yeah, I'm just talking about like when I hear anything coming from the United States intelligence community, because prior to this invasion, the United States intelligence community was saying imminent invasion. They're going to invade any moment now. They're going to invade. And of course, because I just don't believe what these people say.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Dan Simpson, B-Rat. Thank you. Because I do not ever believe what these people say, I was like, well, no, there is not going to be an invasion. And when there was, which made me, look maybe somewhat silly for considering the day right up to this invasion beginning, I was saying, no, there's not going to be an invasion. I was kind of making fun of the idea. And then when it did happen, you have all these people coming into the chat to like own me or whatever, saying like, well, they're coming into the chat saying like, well, you said it wasn't going to happen and I was right and you were wrong, and they're kind of trying to dunk on me. And that's what I was saying, is that regardless of anything that happened with that, I'm still just never going to I'm still going to take anything that these people say as being false, first and foremost, regardless of anything that happened with this Russia-Ukraine conflict. I'm not just going to start believing these guys now. They're still liars and murderers, and that's how I'm going to continue to treat them. Remember that exchange you had with the CIA dude on Twitter? Yes. Remarkable stuff. Didn't even Ukraine say there wasn't going to be an invasion? Yes, they did. And again, I have people that screen cap my tweets going like, this you?
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You're saying they're not going to invade, and when I'm literally like, I'm sharing an article of saying from what Ukraine is saying, like, no, we don't think there's going to be an invasion either. So I'm not going to take that and now start to believe what these people say. I still don't believe them. My initial instinct is always going to be to disregard anything they say or assume that it's the opposite of what they're saying. Again, these folks are liars and murderers. We don't trust them. This CIA dude, that's right, friend of the stream, John Cypher. Rylan, thank you for gifting a sub to Weenus. Thank you very much, Rylan, for gifting a sub. That was bizarre. Honestly, I had a feeling Russia would move in from border. Had no clue of details of crisis going on there since 2014. Well, that's why I've really appreciated this Breakthrough News stuff. And Brian Becker has really helped me understand this context and understanding what's been going on since 2014. I've paid a bit of attention to it. I talked a lot about how the Canadian government has been arming and funding like Azov Battalion and these neo-Nazi militias, because I'm against actually when our government does that. So I had a little bit of understanding of it, but Brian Becker really, really helped fill in that context, that missing context. Yahoo News reported that CIA is involved in the training too. Yeah, it's like this has been out in the open for a while now. It's been out in the open for a while. The real war is dunking on people you don't like on Twitter. That's right. And that's why, from day one, as soon as this kicked off, I started getting that feeling like, oh, should I delete tweets? Should I delete VODs where I was saying, but then I was like, no, fuck it. As I've said before, I feel like I was in very good company of people that didn't predict that was going to happen the way it did. a number of people that I respect greatly were making the same kind of prediction, which is part of the reason that I was there in the first place. And also, I'm really, really proud of the work that I did on this stream leading up to this invasion. I think helping people understand why it happened, even if we didn't get the prediction right, I think we did help. We did really explore a lot of that context. So when it did start to kick off, we all knew exactly what was going on, and it wasn't this thing that just came in completely out of left field, right? Because we spent days and weeks talking about it before that. So, yeah, I'm proud of the work that we did on this show in this community leading up to this invasion, and I'm not going to start taking these like CIA spooks and fucking psychos in the national military establishment, the national security establishment seriously. Valiant community member CIA. Just because for once they said something was going to happen, and it did happen somewhat like that. I still, my intrinsic stance when it comes to all these folks is to not believe them. Oh boy, we got lots to go in this clip still. 15 minutes in. Let's keep going.
In Washington, D.C., that the Russian and Chinese project that had emerged after the world financial crisis.
I did not say that, Innuendo.
The first attempt to create a different
Rob is always
project
right, even when he's wrong. Thank you, Bad
BRICS
Bunny.
In 2009, 2 years after the world financial crisis, when Brazil, India, South Africa joined with Russia and China to try to create an alternative set of institutions, including financial transfer mechanisms, perhaps to de-dollarize and so on. All of that was on the table, a new intellectual property regime and so on. All of that had been discussed in BRICS. Of course, BRICS fell apart because in India and in Brazil, right-wing governments were elected in, and these right-wing governments subordinated themselves to US foreign policy. So that was the end of BRICS. There was relative incoherence politically in South Africa.
Seems like BRICS is coming back.
Began to play less of a role. But the BRICS continues. They still meet. They still have discussions about some of these issues, but it was not a serious body for an alternative. The Russians and Chinese, meanwhile, started to integrate more. Let's face facts, Brian. Russia is essentially an exporter of primary commodities, especially energy. I mean, that's what it is. The United States and its NATO partners actually scuttled Europe's ability to import energy. The Iranians no longer were able to export energy to Europe. The Libyans couldn't get the energy to Europe because of that NATO war in 2011. And so the Europeans increasingly became
they never shifted from that belief. They never stopped believing them.
At the same time, the United States
they invite these people onto like MSNBC to talk to them about stuff,
inside, and US
including friend of the stream John Cipher.
Some serious disarray. At this time, China appears in 2013 with the Belt and Road Project. 17 European countries sign up for it, including Italy, which is a serious member of the G7 and so on. This posed a real challenge to the United States. I remember this clip when Trump is sitting across the table from Jens Stoltenberg, who is the head of
Can we
NATO,
not litigate
and
dramatic
Trump
shit in the chat, please?
NATO and Europe, in the same kind of way that Victoria Nuland said, F NATO, F the EU. He's telling NATO, look, you want us, the United States, to provide a security umbrella for you against the Russians. Trump says it directly, against the Russians. Meanwhile, you're paying the Russians billions of euros every year for energy. So why should we defend you against people that you're enriching? Trump says this directly. That means that the United States was beginning to sense that Europe was moving from a North Atlantic orientation to a Eurasian orientation. And much of the conflict around Ukraine is around trying to pivot this away.
I'm actually starting to believe the Russians about how NATO-backed forces were planning a major offensive to retake Donbass, i.e. Lindsey Graham's year of offense comment. Yeah, I wonder if there's probably something there. And talking about like predicting the invasion or not predicting too, that was one thing that we did. That's where I think a lot of us got it wrong as well. It's that I was kind of thinking that they probably would move troops into the Donbass in order to defend these breakaway republics. And that's what was the big shocking part, was how much more extreme in scope it was than that. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something there to that.
Trying to pivot Europe back to a North Atlantic orientation and not integrate deeper with China, particularly, but to some extent with Russia. So certainly the kind of adventurism, nuclear adventurism that was on the table from the Trump administration and not revoked by Biden at all. There was no complaint when Trump went into this nuclear adventurist mode. This is really what accelerates the crisis. Of course,
It's almost like there's a bipartisan national security consensus that's making these decisions, whether it's Biden or Trump or Obama or George Bush. And there might be a few minor tweaks that the party or the president can make to this process.
You can count
it
on
certainly
me
seems
and
like
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we.
Well put, Taco Marx. Thank you. Thank you for the 8 months of Prime. It does seem like that a little bit, though, doesn't it? And that's as we've explored before. That's exactly why the establishment of both parties did hate Trump, because he did appear like he was going to be a threat to that, possibly, when he was talking about pulling out of NATO, and he was kind of talking about criticizing this national security establishment. And then, of course, as soon as he gets in place, that process does continue, and he enabled all the same people, and this bipartisan consensus continues. Marx is back in taco form.
Of course, we do not, want to say that, the Russian government should have advanced into Ukraine. Of course not. But the crisis was accelerated by the United States using NATO and using not just a military threat, but a nuclear threat. That's a very significant thing, Brian, which I don't think has been enough part of our conversations.
No, I couldn't agree more. And when you look back at the last couple months, and especially the last 4 weeks, if the United States had this sense that Europe, and especially Germany, as
with
the
everything
leader
else going
of
on, I
Europe,
forgot they let the INF treaty expire. It's kind of interesting. It didn't get a lot of headlines, though, did it? Interesting, isn't it?
That 17 countries in Europe integrating into the Belt and Road Initiative. Well, how do you get those countries back into the bloc? How do you reinforce bloc discipline? Of course, a military confrontation is the answer. We played on this show over the last 2 weeks audio clips from Anthony Blinken's comments in the run-up to the February 24th invasion. And Blinken is very sanguine about what's coming. He's like, look, we have credible evidence and we are convinced the Russians are going to invade. And there's no sense of alarm in his voice. There's no sense like we have to do something urgently to stop this terrible catastrophe from happening. Like, for instance, go back to the negotiating table or negotiate.
I've somehow used almost 10 gigs watching Rob on my phone. Nicole, I really appreciate your dedication. It's just too much subversive content. You can't be doing that in just a couple of megabytes. I can't be contained. I can't be contained in this small amounts of information, digital information.
Earnest. They're very sanguine. And then on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, he says, well, look, if they invade, if they don't invade, fine. If they do invade, we're ready. Kind of like, it's kind of a ho-hum attitude. And they were very predictive that the Russians were indeed going to invade. So they either knew they were going to invade. Maybe Russia was signaling enough. If you don't negotiate with us seriously, we have plan B, the military option. But it feels like they weren't unhappy about the Russian invasion. And when you look at what's happened in the aftermath of the invasion, I think the U.S. is quite happy. Wall Street Journal is not alarmed. They're happy. There's proposals to double the U.S. military budget. And by the way, Vijay, you said that NATO is really just an extension or a fig leaf for American power. The U.S. military budget is about $780 billion. The next 29 countries in NATO, their combined military budget is $360 billion. So only half. Those 29 countries have half of what the U.S. spends. And it leads me to the conclusion that the U.S. wanted this outcome because they could feel the drift, the disintegration of their control over Europe. And you mentioned about how the Russians weren't alarmed about NATO before. They were actually a partner with NATO after Yeltsin came in. In 1954, after Stalin died, in that interim period right before Khrushchev consolidates power, the Soviets actually offered to join NATO then. That was in the middle of the Cold War. They said their only condition was don't integrate West Germany into NATO. And we, the Soviets, support the reunification of Germany. They weren't hooked on a socialist East Germany. They said, let's reunify Germany, but have it be non-military, to which the United States says, absolutely not. Now, that would make no sense from a security point of view, but if the United States was worried that a reunified Germany and a Europe that was back on its feet didn't have an existential enemy or was locked into confrontation, it would indeed, as it had in the past, gravitate towards Russia.
Well, look, one of the issues that should be on the table is the failure of Europe to create its independent path. You know, in 1961, in Belgrade, which, well, in Yugoslavia, part of Europe, the non-aligned movement was founded. You know, there was an attempt by countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America to have a non-aligned posture, not aligned either to the US-backed camp that was there and then the Soviet Union, but to create something separate. Europe never had a non-aligned posture. You know, when Charles de Gaulle was the head of the government in France, he attempted to take France in what was known as a kind of Gaullist foreign policy. When the European Union was being constructed,
I'll be right back in just a moment,
plans
folks.
in 1961 and 62 called the Fouchet plans, named after the man who chaired that commission. These plans came up with a theory of how Europe can have an independent foreign policy. Has anybody ever heard of the Fouchet plans? No, it's nowhere in the discussion, in the debate. Even the phrase Gaullism sounds really archaic, anachronistic. You know, Macron, people like that, they occasionally posture French independence, you know, in the tradition of Gaullism, but there's no independence. It's quite clear. Even in the Sahel region in Africa, the French are fully integrated with the United States in those operations. They use each other's bases and so on. There's no real independence in European foreign policy. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, we saw in the Maastricht Treaty, in the Amsterdam Treaty, in the Lisbon Treaty, in all these discussions, Brian, there was discussions about a European foreign policy. It was simply not permitted. In many ways, you can analyze the NATO attack on Yugoslavia in 1999, the wretched bombing of Belgrade and so on, as part of a way to discipline Germany at that time. Because in 1997, 98, 99, Germany, had the audacity to believe that it could be the principal broker in the breakup of Yugoslavia. We saw German high officials out there posturing, in these capitals saying we're going to create a peace meeting and so on. That was simply not permitted. Germany had to be brought to heel. And the war in Yugoslavia, I'm not saying the war in Yugoslavia in 1999 by NATO took place to bring Germany to heel. There were lots of factors involved, but this was certainly one of the factors. And it's very clear that in recent years, both Germany and France have attempted to sort of make all kinds of noises. In Angela Merkel's last period, actually, you began to see a great deal of independence from Washington. And it didn't have to do merely with Trump. It had to do principally with Angela Merkel's simple understanding that the people are obstinate. And people in Germany and in Europe don't want to see high energy bills. They don't want to see high food bills. They will not tolerate inflation, of food, energy, transportation, and so on. So Angela Merkel insisted on the fulfilling of the commitments to Nord Stream 2, the pipeline of Russian natural gas that would come through the Baltic Sea into Germany. Merkel was in a complete opposition to the US government on this. And, the United States, one of the reasons
Got some
Blinken can be
Triscuits.
so sanguine and relaxed and say, well, okay, let them attack. is the US actually had a plan to substitute for Nord Stream 2, the gas pipeline from Russia. Well, what was their plan? It's very interesting. Their plan was to engage the Qataris and the United Arab Emirates to first solidify natural gas in the Gulf, put those solidified natural gas containers on ships, ship them to the port of Hamburg, then liquefy to take the liquefied natural gas and make it into gas again. And I mean, this is hundreds of times more expensive than Nord Stream 2. It is guaranteed to create price inflation in Europe. Angela Merkel knew that. She was a bread and butter politician, and she was moving Germany in quite an independent direction. I mean, I'm not saying this out of any great admiration for Angela Merkel, but there are facts here. The new government, the so-called, red green alliance, is much to the right of Merkel on these things. It was willing to, in some senses, go along with Washington's plan, but even they have come to terms with the idea that there are obstinate demands of the people. The people will not tolerate high energy prices. So the Europeans are in the middle of something quite difficult. They are being used in a certain kind of power play, but the European public is going to suffer greatly, Brian. It's going to take, months, if not years, to create the liquefied natural gas platforms, to completely change the system and so on. What happens in the interim? It's not enough for the United States to say, well, we'll try to bring the Venezuelans back online with oil and so on. That's not going to bring natural gas into the homes of people in Europe. They are actually going to suffer the consequences of this war as much as the Russian public is going to suffer from the sanctions. And here's the other interesting thing. In the United States, almost zero discussion about the price that ordinary Europeans are going to pay as a consequence of this acceleration of a conflict that the European governments participated in. They participated in it. Their public is going to pay a big price, and that's going to have a serious, serious cost. UNCTAD, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, has just released a note on food and energy prices. It's sobering reading. I wonder if the Wall Street Journal will give it any column space. I doubt it.
Yeah, there's so many.
The U.S. xenophobia, Russia-phobia in this neo-McCarthy era is gut-wrenching. Reminds me a lot of the Islamophobia of the Iraq War. The scary thing about all that as well is just that I feel like we're still in the very early stages of it. You know what I mean? I still feel like we're barely even scratching the surface of how bad that's going to get. We're still early in this decade. Let's circle back on this. After a couple more years of climate instability and this new sort of multipolarity, this multipolar world order, this alternative financial system that's being created, the further entrenchment of Belt and Road continuing to expand west, bringing more countries into the fold. We're barely even scratching the surface of how bad this Red Scare stuff is going to get. Excuse me, I almost misspoke there. We've barely even scratched the surface of it, and it's a scary thought, especially when you have the right now on the verge of taking back over in the U.S.
Many ramifications. We have also, liquefied natural gas, and I'm looking at the Wall Street Journal this morning. There's going to be huge expansion of liquefied natural gas shipments from the United States as well. Very good for oil producers, but not only is it very expensive, it's also very dangerous. There was in the 1970s here in New York City, there was a mass movement in Staten Island because the U.S. was having huge liquefied natural gas containers. If those things blow up, and they can blow up, you can devastate whole huge parts of the surrounding area. I mean, there's all sorts of environmental, financial consequences. And again, nobody wins in this except of course, the U.S. military-industrial complex wins. The U.S. military budget, the politicians now are calling for doubling the military budget. So is the Wall Street Journal lead editorial.
And Biden's
The oil producers
obliging, not doubling, but he's still significantly increasing
extra profits. And the United States has the advantage now of re-cementing its domination over Europe. And when you think about all of the events,
if high food prices or scarcity causes unrest in, say, the Middle East, I'm guessing the blob will see that as a crisis opportunity. They absolutely will. What I'm not sure we know exactly how that's going to play out is when this kind of scarcity causes unrest in the United States and Canada, which is surely coming, right? Because they're not making they're making very meager efforts to confront the way that energy prices are fluctuating right now, which is only going to continue. The food shortages are only going to continue. We've seen in France and elsewhere how people are going to respond to these spiking fuel prices. It's not going to be pretty. So while I'm sure I don't doubt that they will see a crisis opportunity elsewhere, you got to wonder how that's going to manifest in Canada and the United States, where these similar shortages are certainly on the horizon.
of the past few years where Europe has just been treated like complete rubbish by the United States. I mean, you take the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Now, the Iranians signed that with the 5 members of the UN Security Council plus Germany. So it was the P5 plus 1. And the Europeans wanted to get Iranian oil.
The reaction is exactly what they want. Americans will descend further into fascism and Canada. And, look at the reaction to defund the police. That's why they're continuing to fund the police even more. They're continuing to fund ICE even more because there's going to be even more refugee caravans at this kind of climate destabilization we're also going to be experiencing. Record and increasing police budgets. That's right. It's okay, Chad Rob will give us a big bear hug and keep us safe. That's right. That's why we're going to get the friendship compound going. I'll meet you all at the friendship compound when this stuff starts to kick off. Excuse me.
Because they need Iranian oil. They need energy. And Trump comes into office, rips up the agreement, says it's the worst deal ever. They all whine about it. They protest about it. They want it to continue. It's in their national interest to be able to buy and sell with Iran. But Trump basically says to them, look, F you, just the way Victoria Nuland said F you to the EU. He said, guess what? You want to trade with Iran? You want to buy oil with Iran? You want to live up to that deal?
I never curse. I'm very respectful.
And we're going to sanction you too. And then all of these major capitalist powers,
I'm
like
a respectful,
Germany, like
nice
France,
boy.
They just get in line. They get on their knees, in fact. They genuflect before American military power. People might talk, and I think they cavalierly talk too much about the decline of American empire. But when you look at the way the U.S. treats the other major capitalist powers and the way it has with them, it's astonishing. And here we are again. Europe didn't want to have this.
It's good to be mindful. You don't need to use that language to express yourself. Couldn't agree more. That's one of my main considerations whenever I do this kind of commentary. It's A, it's disrespectful, and B, you delegitimize yourself when you engage in this kind of ugly rhetoric. I'm always going to continue to keep that in mind, and I hope people in the chat do as well.
Crisis. There could have been a solution. It could have been like earnest, good faith negotiations with the Russians, make Ukraine neutral. What's so wrong about being neutral? I mean, Finland did it, Switzerland did it, Austria did it. It wasn't the end of the world. What's so wrong about that? But the Europeans, meaning the European capitalists, in spite of the fact that they have the biggest economies outside of the United States and China, so weak. I mean, it's like an amazing display of weakness and genuflection before the big boss of American imperialism.
Well,
I'm sorry, Chad Bureaucrat.
Mr. Biden has been talking to his European allies and so on. and as you said, the issue on the table is liquefied natural gas from the United States, but they're putting pressure on Germany to immediately ban imports from Russia. By the way, while this war is going on and there's all the belligerent talk, the natural gas is continuing to flow into Germany. And Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, said, look, I can't ban the natural gas because it'll plunge Germany immediately into a recession. And that's Schultz, who is a completely pro-US guy. As I said, there are obstinate facts that need to be put on the table and understood. At the same time, in this meeting, Mr. Biden says that, look, I didn't threaten Xi Jinping, the head of the government in China. I didn't threaten him. I mean, it's extraordinary. Like that's an attitude, as if it would have been acceptable to threaten. What he said to his European partners is, look,
I'm sure Xi Jinping would be very intimidated by this.
Anthony Blinken did in
old
Alaska
dude.
with Wang Yi, the foreign minister of China. In that scolding way, he said, I told Xi Jinping that China will pay a cost. It'll pay a price if it continues to, help the Russians. And
maybe America's going to pay a price.
Has started building up another fake story, which I just want to put on the table so people are aware of this. The United States has started to say China must not send military aid to Russia. Now, there is no indication from China at all, and none from the Russian side, that China has ever planned to send military aid. In fact, China has been pretty sober in its comments about this war, warning that this is a bad idea, calling for a ceasefire, calling for respect of the UN Charter.
The adults in the room.
The United States government starts this chorus: China must not rearm Russia. And I've seen this form in which this works. Is this begins to spiral out of control, and they put pressure on China to say, we will not be sending military arms to Russia, which is something that the Chinese don't want to say because they have a very close relationship to Russia. They don't want to be put in that position to say that. This is going to increase tensions with China. What struck me in the call between Mr. Biden and Mr. Xi Jinping was that this brought back an old debate in the US State Department, a debate in which Henry Kissinger played a major role. This is a debate that goes back now, Brian, about 50 years. The debate was, you can't fight against both Russia and China at the same time. Let's use one of the countries against the other, and then later we'll deal with the one that remains. Let's befriend. Henry Kissinger took the view, befriend China and isolate Russia. And which is why he put so much energy into Nixon's visit to China in 72 and so on. By the way, he continued to sing the same tune. He wrote a massive book called China just a few years ago, in which he made that argument again in this new context: befriend China,
help me fight them so I can fight you later,
and basically break up Russia was the underlying argument of the text. Brzezinski was part of that debate, and so on. Others,
Biden walking around in a crowd looks like his life is perpetually flashing before his eyes.
Befriend Russia to go
let
after
this
China.
guy go rest.
I thought the response in China was quite interesting, and it became a meme. People were saying, look, first you want us to go after our friend, and then after our friend has been knocked out, you'll come after us. No thanks.
Yeah,
I think
sounds
now
like a great
there's
deal.
A
Thank you,
understanding
America.
of this. Well, let's call it the old State Department strategy of peeling one away from the other. But I thought the Chinese reaction to Mr. Biden was pretty interesting and sober. They understand, I think, that these sanctions on Russia are something that China doesn't want to see extended because it will impact the Chinese economy. Mr. Biden has also said that he knows everything, you see, because he said that, well, we know that the Chinese would prefer to integrate with the West and not with Russia. Well, but the evidence in the last 10 years suggests the other way around, that China is very closely integrating with Russia. The question is, the Chinese are not asking for a choice. You see, they have not set up this discussion, let's pick Russia over China. The Chinese are saying, let's trade with everybody. Let's have a kind of peaceful world order where we don't have to have choices imposed on us.
Well, sounds very scary.
In Brussels, it's the United States that's imposing a choice, telling the Chinese it's either the West or Russia. It's not the Chinese saying we pick Russia over the West, So there are these false choices that the West continues to impose on countries. People need to understand that, these are not choices coming, these are not impositions coming from outside. These are Washington's impositions. Xi Jinping didn't tell Biden, you pick China over Russia. No, he said, let's have a peaceful, world. That's what we're orienting ourselves toward. I don't think this is sufficiently recognized, how Washington imposes this sort of Bush mentality. Either you're with us or you're against us. It's not just George W. Bush, the cowboy after 9/11, who made that statement, you're either with us or against us. It seems to be baked into the cake of Washington's attitude to the world. Either you're with us or you're against us. No,
That's the American
we
doctrine.
don't want that.
It's the American
we
way.
want to live in a planet of human beings, not in a kind of camp world where the United States imposes.
And again, like I was saying before, Mearsheimer really articulates this.
Indeed. The arrogance of power is such a dominant feature and so just basically assumed within American politics. Like, we have the power, we can tell the rest of the world what to do, we meaning the establishment, the elites.
Choose
and
prosperity or
it's
security.
not even a subject of debate. There's nobody in the U.S. media that says, how dare you talk to other sovereign heads of state like this? I want to go to another part of this story.
We've seen how depraved American media is, like throughout both the withdrawal from Afghanistan a couple months ago and this conflict. There's no one that's more servants of military conquest than American, particularly American liberals in the media. No one is more bloodthirsty than these people. And yet you'd think that if an actual journalist would stand up and say, maybe it's wrong for us to talk about the rest of the world like this, that would be someone that's doing their basic job of speaking truth to power. Unfortunately, this just doesn't exist in the United States mainstream media establishment. And that's exactly why you have to come here to Twitch, to TRRS, to get that kind of analysis, or on Breakthrough News, which is exactly why these tech companies are now starting to crack down on this viewpoint, because you can't have this. You can't have people asking these questions.
Story. I'll ask you to get out your crystal ball. I know you always have one at the ready to talk about the future. I want to play.
Yeah, the thing with the Chinese diplomat was just disgusting.
The CEO of BlackRock, which is the largest equity asset management firm. It has $9 trillion in assets. This is Larry Fink. He was doing the rounds on American media yesterday. He says basically this is the war in Russia, Russia's war in Ukraine is a pivotal moment in history. It marks the end of what he calls the second stage of globalization. I want to play the clip. It's got a couple really interesting elements to it, and then get your reaction. Let's watch and listen.
You've been through 40 years of market ups, downs, crises.
The Chinese diplomat thing that we were mentioning, Old Dutch, is just that this diplomat was on this being interviewed in American media, and the interviewer was just so belligerent and wouldn't let him answer, being like, why haven't you condemned Russia? Why don't you condemn Russia? Condemn them. Say Putin bad. Do it now, sir. And the guy was just like, well, listen, we said that we don't like the invasion. We don't think that just condemnation is an actual solution. We want to have dialogue. We don't think just saying Putin bad is an actual solution to anything. And we actually think that it makes things worse to do that. And she just kept on just interrupting him constantly. Again, this is a news program where they constantly have on people from the national security establishment, politicians, just never once treating them in the same way. These horrible war criminal Americans who just get free reign to say whatever they want on these shows. And then, she's just yelling in the face of this Chinese diplomat, why won't you say Putler? And then immediately at the end of the interview, when he wasn't cooperative, was like, well, you're doing genocide, so how about that? And that was the interview. It was really appalling.
You were a bond trader. You created BlackRock from zero. It's $9 trillion. You've seen it all. You were in the middle of the financial crisis. How would you rate what's going on now with Russia, with inflation, with all the stuff that's going on in Europe, with I guess 2008 or any of the other ones?
I think this is potentially much broader and bigger for
the
global world. Since 1990, with the dismemberment of the Soviet Union, the world benefited from this incredible peace dividend.
Absolutely.
And this peace dividend created opportunities for American firms worldwide. We expanded globally. Right. We were able to expand and build and do amazing things. And as did
Bray J, I'm
other
not falling for
countries
that.
were able
You're
to
cut
do
off.
that. But also importantly, we raised the standard of living for the entire world. That peace dividend is now over. And this is a big seismic change. We now have to be much more thoughtful about geopolitical issues. I think the biggest implication for the Russian invasion to Ukraine and the response is we're all waking up to all these dependencies. Europe was too dependent on Russia, oil, and gas. And every company I'm talking to right now are asking themselves, where are our other dependencies? Right.
Vijay, I think it's interesting. You get some insight into the thinking of the big bourgeoisie. Go ahead.
Well, look, first, let's put Larry Fink into some context. He heads BlackRock. BlackRock, a couple of years ago, started a big investment push in China. I don't know if you remember the debate that he had with George Soros. Soros took to the pages of the Wall Street Journal to attack Larry Fink for doing business in China. This is the kind of thinking in the big bourgeoisie in the United States. But of all of them, and my God, I don't want to appear at all to be sympathetic to Larry Fink, but Larry Fink has a general sense of the world. He's not a parochial thinker. I think George Soros is ridiculously parochial in some of his attitudes about the rest of the world. In fact, he would like to see some sort of fantasy of the United States expanded all over the world, doesn't understand that there are rich and deep cultures that produce different forms of human life that are not going to look like New York City everywhere. For God's sake, George, you can't impose your fantasy on the rest of the planet. Fink is a little more interesting, and I think in this quote which you played, he's right, Brian, because look, I've just been reporting a bunch of stories on Central Asia, which is greatly damaged by the sanctions on Russia. I'm talking about the Kyrgyz Republic, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and so on. They've been greatly damaged by the sanctions. And in all these countries, in Kazakhstan in particular, Tokayev, the president, gave a State of the Union address where he talked about the needs of food security. People are talking about breaking out of the food supply chain, global supply chain, coming back, creating national and regional supply chains for food products. Partly this is occasioned by the pandemic, by the breakdown of the supply chain, but also by this war. 30%, 25 to 30% of the world's wheat grown in Russia and in Ukraine. There's now talk in Uzbekistan. How do we increase productivity of our own wheat and so on? We're returning to the 1974 meeting in Rome, where the concept of food sovereignty was first discussed. I do agree that sections of the global economy will fragment. Perhaps in areas like food, it's harder to fragment on energy because you can't just grow energy, but you can grow food. And I think there has been a recognition now that you can't rely on global chains. So small countries in Central Asia, but many countries in Africa and so on, will have to reconsider the integration into Western forms of globalization. But at the same time, other forms of globalization are on the table. Increasingly, countries are integrating with the Belt and Road. Argentina, most recently. Larry Fink doesn't talk about that. When they talk about this era of globalization has ended, what they're talking about is the US controlled and shaped globalization is ending. But other forms of regionalism and globalization are picking up steam. Now, I don't know whether the Belt and Road will survive this particular conflict in Ukraine and against Russia. I don't know. It's to be seen. We can't tell. But I do know that different forms of regionalism and
survive.
of national economies, disintegration of that kind of supply chain, delinking from those impositions of prices and so on. If you grow more crops inside your country, you're not so reliant on world prices. That's why the United States doesn't feel the edge of food price inflation, because it's basically self-sufficient in food. And I think a lot of countries will move in that direction. If not being able to grow things in their own country, you're going to see regional patterns of food production. Food is the beginning, and I don't know where this is going to go, but I do agree that I think regionalism is going to come on the table, not for ideological reasons, but for practical reasons, that countries simply cannot tolerate high food prices. We know from the evidence of the French Revolution onward that revolutions take place when bread prices rise. This was exactly what happened in the Arab Spring as
After
a
a Chinese
consequence of the
Yeltsin,
drought
I
in Ukraine and Russia in
feel like they're
2010.
prepared for
Later that year, there was an
these kind of
uprising in
outcomes.
Tunisia, Egypt. Food prices went up. I think governments realize that they are extraordinarily sensitive to
They've been
the
paying close
prices of
attention to all
staple
these
goods and to
geopolitical events
energy.
for the last 30
In
years,
India,
for sure.
when tomato and potato prices go up, you begin to see unrest. So I think that we will see fragmentation, Brian, at least in the sector of food. I'm not sure it's going to be easy to fragment production chains in other areas, particularly in automobiles and so on, partly because the investments required to build these products is too high for most countries to bear.
Yeah. I mean, while there may be the efforts to localize or regionalize food production in the short term with wheat, so much of the world's wheat, and wheat is the second most important grain after corn in the global food supply for the masses of people around the world, for the whatever 7-8 billion people. In the short term, the absence of wheat coming from Ukraine and Russia will have a huge impact on the third world.
Well, that's exactly what the UN Conference on Trade and Development report shows, that the question of food prices in the third world is going to be extreme. I mean,
well, yeah, Old Dutch, that's the thing. She going for another term. Party rules were amended in 2018 to allow a third 5-year term. And that was, in many ways, that was one of the things that kicked off a lot of the modern, this like more recent propaganda push about China as the evil autocracy. They've abolished term limits, and that was a big part of it, that storyline, while ignoring countries that don't have term limits, countries that maybe even some of these people that were scaremongering about this live in. Some people even live in a country where the current prime minister, who is under no term limits and is also part of this nepotistic political dynasty. It's almost like if that was happening in one of these non-rules-based international order countries, that would be used to frame it as being this like horribly undemocratic autocracy. But here in Canada, where we live, that's actually just totally normal and cool. It's totally normal and cool. We could have the son of the previous prime minister rule indefinitely, and it seems like that's the exact position that we're in right now. And our leftist party literally ensuring Trudeau gets another term past 2025. It kind of seems like that also. If he doesn't abdicate and let Prime Minister in waiting, granddaughter of Ukrainian fascist Michael Chomiak, her turn. It's going to be her turn, so we'll see. But it's interesting about this term limit thing. I mean, when it's good and when it's bad. When it's part of the rules-based international order, it's fine. We don't need to talk about it. When it's not, it's a sign of an evil, autocratic, authoritarian dictatorship. We can't have those, though.
I mentioned that the United States is relatively immune from food price inflation because it's relatively self-sufficient. Maybe even a country like India can withstand some of these blows because it produces enough grain. But there are lots of countries, small countries, that rely fundamentally on imports. Even a large country like South Africa relies on Ukrainian.
You think they promised Jagmeet he could have a turn? No.
We don't actually understand, Brian, what's going to happen as a consequence of this. We've had major catastrophic wars in countries that produce energy, Iraq, for instance. But there's actually significant supply. There's significant supply elsewhere. So Saudis could always pump more oil out of the ground to manage the offline situation in Venezuela or in Iraq and so on. You can't with wheat. I mean, you can't just start pumping more wheat out of the ground somewhere else. Taking Ukraine and Russian wheat offline, 23 odd percent, that is an enormous amount of food grain. Maybe we'll be okay this year because we have silos with
Yeah, we know all
surplus.
Dutch.
What
We
happens
gotcha.
next year, the following year, and so on? You can't just convert back cash crop lands, where you're growing, say, cotton, or you're growing, other products like sunflowers. Countries actually in Central Asia shifted from growing grain to growing sunflowers because there was a market in the West for sunflowers and also for oil. That cannot be pivoted immediately. It's not like the Saudis opening the tap again. So this is the first conflict we've seen in the modern era where a actual important component of world food is actually being fundamentally taken offline. What does this mean? I think people have not. Where are the game theorists in the US State Department?
Where's
when you
Eric
need them?
Garland on this?
Indeed, and I made a joke about your crystal ball. I know none of us have one, and we have to recognize that we are at a moment in history where there is a global shift. This is something of a historic character, and we don't know the outcome, nor does anyone. The geostrategic big thinkers in the State
Gamers
Department
rise
who
up.
created this crisis and in the Pentagon, they think, oh, good, we'll unite Europe against Russia, we'll gain the upper hand, we'll fortify the empire. But the law of unintended consequences is associated with all major events and even minor events. And so we don't know. We have the rising food prices in the third world. We have also the Federal Reserve chief in Dallas said cutting off Russian oil and energy from the United States, boycotting it.
Well, interesting too. I mean, he's assuming they haven't thought about it. I'm sure they have Eigenbat, but it's also, we've seen these people time and time again prove that they're unable to really plan or think beyond a quarter by quarter basis, which I do think is a real phenomenon. That's why we're so perplexed by China, for example, when they engage in these like kind of decades long plans, and they're not planning quarter by quarter. And we're saying, why is China building empty ghost cities? What could possibly be behind that? And then like 10, 15 years go by and these cities are all populated with millions of people and there's all this infrastructure that's already built. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess so. And it's like, I think in our capitalist societies, we do have an inability amongst our political class to plan long-term, to plan for anything that's beyond this quarter by quarter basis. It's like this capitalist mindset. That all these people seem to have. So I wouldn't doubt that they have thought about it, but not to the extent that they should have. I mean, it seems like the people making decisions in our society are kind of unwilling or incapable of thinking that far in the future. And we have a collective inability to remember past 2 weeks ago as well. That's absolutely right. Yeah. There's no future, there's no past, there's only the present. There's only the next quarter. Does the line go up in the next quarter or does it go down? If it goes down, we got to figure out a way to make it go up. And that's it. That's all we're thinking about. That's all we're thinking about at any given time.
Ultimately lead and quickly to a recession. That means millions of workers in the United States will lose their jobs. And when they lose their jobs, they won't be able to pay their mortgage. And then they'll lose their homes. In 2009 and 10, 9 million families were put into foreclosure. No big deal for the bankers, no big deal for the geostrategic
Thanks, Obama.
big thinkers. But for all those millions of working class families, an absolute catastrophe. For Black America, a wipeout of small but accumulated wealth in Black families. I mean, just
But there was the first Black president, though, so racism was over, I'm pretty sure.
We don't know where this is going. What we do know, VJ, is that the Russian government decided, for some reason, and we're not 100% certain why, there was apparently a shift in not the Russian thinking, where they decided to strike first when they felt war was coming. We don't know why they did it. Certainly the world wasn't prepared politically for it. It allowed the U.S. to galvanize the EU countries or the NATO countries under U.S. domination once again. So there's obvious setbacks that have occurred as a consequence of this action. But for the U.S. to be on its high horse and think, oh, now at last we really got things back under control, we're the big, hegemon of the world, without recognizing that these will undoubtedly lead to new national, class, and political struggles of all stripes. And for us, Vijay, and this is my final question to you, and I think most importantly, because you're an author, you're a journalist,
We love
you're
our high horse,
a
folks,
leader
don't
in
we?
TRICON in the International People's Assembly. For us as a people's movement, we need to have an independent political orientation, because while we can assess what's going on in Russia or try to, or in the United States or in NATO, we're building a people's movement. So we need our own sort of clear, independent path that is based on internationalism, on human solidarity, on peace, and of course, on radical transformation of existing societies, so that the problems that we as a class, or we as a people, we as a planet are facing, that seem in one sense to be unsolvable, are in fact solvable with political transformation. So with that said, Vijay,
Love
just
Brian.
your thoughts about what's most important for our movement.
And interesting as well what you said, Amazing Bird Show. Seems like he ended up pretty rich on Nantucket. Looks like he did exactly what he wanted. We talked earlier in the show about the revolving door between the Obama administration and these tech companies, right? Whether it's Amazon with Jay Carney or whether it's Facebook. Obama's the ultimate example of it, right? He's got rich partially off of a Netflix deal as well, right? It wasn't just Obama staffers; it was Obama himself, living in his super nice mansion now on Nantucket. Who's a multimillionaire, probably seems to have designs to be even wealthier than that. By signing a Netflix production deal and the book deal, yeah. The O'Bungler, Barfsack O'Crumbo. He sucks, folks. Uber as well, yeah. Eric Holder with Uber, it's exactly right. Revolving door with the tech industry and the Obama officials.
Brian, I already used the word obstinate. The people Franz
Barf,
Fanon wrote in The Wretched of
Never
the
heard
Earth
that
are
one.
obstinate. They have an obstinate point of view. The obstinate point of view is give us land, give us food. The basic issues are on the table from people all around the world. Our politics starts from there, from that obstinate standpoint. We can't tolerate the fact that people are going to be hungry. We can't tolerate the
Don't
fact
worry, Obama
that
Obama
people
will
are
be sure to
going
lecture
find
us
it
about not
hard to
voting
have
hard enough after the mass
education
loss in
for
November.
themselves,
Absolutely.
their children, culture.
He'll probably
in
do
their
an interview
world
with Jen
and so on.
Psaki
That's
on
when our
MSNBC.
politics begins. It doesn't
Talk all
begin
about it.
in the middle of a battlefield. Our politics begins there, and we know that a consequence of these kind of rough and tumble great power machinations, here accelerated by the United States, is going to have a catastrophic impact on people. I said United States is relatively immune from food price increases, but that's not entirely true. Look at the way our food industry is organized. We have in Chicago
They're not all
grain
self-sufficient. They get
markets
so
where,
much. They
many
import
grain
stuff from all over the
producers
place.
go in there and they short sell, and I don't have time to get into all that. But the moment Russian armies entered Ukraine, lots of investors came in there and bought grain in the futures market. They'll drive the price of grain up. Fertilizer prices are up 17% globally. Fertilizer prices, that means everything, friends. That means everything. These people who claim to be the leaders of the world, the managers of the world, are only accelerating our crises and problems. They are unable to focus on the obstinate demands of people. They're just unable to. They're too busy, in a sense, with their fantasies of world domination. And I'm using the word fantasies. Admittedly, it may sound like I think that there's a kind of Dr. No characters, but there is a little bit of that in some of these people. This kind of big man walking on the chessboard, trying to say, this is what we're going to do to you. What about what happens to the people who are going to suffer the consequences of your completely callous approach to world affairs? These are not even unintended consequences. Brian, you and I said things before the US war on Iraq. We said these are the 10 things that are going to happen. And guess what? They happened. They called us idiots then, but they happened. The reason we were able to see these things is we start our thinking from the obstinate point of view, from the point of view as I want
It's called
land,
historical
I want
and
bread,
dialectical
I want
materialism,
this,
folks.
I want that. It's because we start from that perspective, Brian, that we say wars are intolerable.
Folks, we love to have a historical and dialectical understanding of history and geopolitics, don't we? We love it. We love to have it.
Tolerable. Imposition of hegemony on other countries, intolerable. We want to live in a community of nations, not in an unequal world order. That's what we hope for. There's nothing wrong in looking in the crystal ball and imagining that's what's going to happen. That is what's going to happen. We are eventually going to live in a community of nations.
Vijay Prashad, thanks so much.
And that was a great interview, by the way. I'm glad we watched that. Always, I really admire and appreciate both of these guys, Brian Becker and Vijay Prashad. And that's it. I've talked about the way that I'm cynical about people in the West, and the immense amount of propaganda and that people have been subjected to through their whole lives and the obstacle that presents. But all this instability that's coming is an opportunity for us, right? And we have to remember that. We have to always remember that. All this instability is going to be an opportunity to organize around and to get our correct analysis out there, our correct ideas, and our historical and dialectical understanding of these events. For us to get in on the crypto game and stack some apes. Exactly right. That's exactly what I was referring to. Things are going to get bumpy. There's no denying that. Here's something else, though. Here's something else. I got about another 30 or 40 minutes here, folks. Control the means of ape production. That's right. That's exactly right. Before you game, schedule my segment any day but Tuesday or Friday next week. So let's say Wednesday, Red Scary. Let's say Wednesday, you can come on and explain to me the economy as if I was a big dumb idiot. Not that I am. We all know that that's not true. Just for the sake of argument, though. Just for the sake of making sure everyone else understands it. Well, that won't take much imagination there. Super, watch it. Watch it. Come on now. We're gaming. Talk about stacking apes. Look at my guy. Plain fork knife. That's right. This is where all my apes went. Exactly. Here we go. Oh man, I forgot to thank the bus driver. Keep forgetting. Are you trying to do communism Fortnite or is it something different? No, this is just every man for himself. I'm just trying to win. Trying to win above the... So others may... It's not enough that I must win. Others must lose. Is my attitude that I have when gaming. It's the gaming mindset that I've got to have, unfortunately. How do you summon a rocket? This is just this. Everyone has like their own sort of. Usually they're like gliders that you use, but this particular guy has like a. He's like a chimp from space. So. He has like a little rocket ship thing. Pathetic. Oh shit, we got Marcus joining us here. Oh my goodness. We got Marcus joining the squad. This is getting really real now. Any moment now, Marcus is gonna make his presence felt. Or heard. Oh, you know what? I think I might have turned off my mic. Let me see. Gotta get to a safe place so I can get in touch with Marcus. Oh, no. Should be there. Marcus, hello. Check. Do you hear me? Oh crap, I was supposed to open that.
1, 2, hello.
Oh, hello, Marcus.
What's up?
Marcus, you distracted me.
Oh, I apologize.
You distracted me and I lost, all because of you. And no other reason.
Is this live? Is this
We're live? Yeah, we're live. We're pro gamers right now.
Oh, Jesus.
Pro gamers. Are you ready for that kind of pressure?
No, but here we go.
Yeah. We got Marcus from Left Flank Vets, everybody, joining us.
Okay. All right. So, hello, chat. I can see you now. Please don't say anything bad.
Yeah.
My feelings are extremely fragile.
Yeah. Does Marcus know he's in Dead Gaming Zone? I believe he does know now. Yeah. I believe so. Right?
Yes. I'm aware now.
Yeah.
At first I thought like, oh hey, Rob's playing video games. You know. maybe we can do this thing that we never do, which is play video games together.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Now it's the gaming zone. Way more serious. I'm taking this to the next level. Yeah, exactly. not that it ever actually leads to any kind of monetary anything, but you know, in theory, yes. In theory, it's monetized, but not maybe not to the extent that I would prefer. I did win a game. I won on stream. I won a solo battle royale, and someone did gift 5 subs. Then, so that does qualify me as being a professional gamer. I was literally paid to do gaming, so I'm a pro.
I mean, you were paid to win.
Yeah, I'd say I'm a mercenary. That's how it works. They don't pay me just to mess around with this shit. It's not a game. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a game, but it's not a fucking.
But
game.
it's not.
Yeah.
It's like you charge it to the game, but it's technically not a game.
Exactly. You have to take it seriously. This is the gaming mindset that we got to bring into the gaming zone here, or the gaming zone.
Yeah, it's a grind set.
Exactly. It's all mixed together with the Sigma grind set as well. That's part of it. I just got to go down here because I have to open another chest. I'm always annoying Marcus by doing my quests. And Marcus, you seem to ignore all the quests and are still leveled up higher than me, so make that make sense.
I just don't talk about it, I guess. Like, you don't have to announce that you're doing the quest, you know?
I see.
Yeah. This is like a lot of things done.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm gonna like watch on the screen here and watch how someone just murked you. Oh, that, man, they just ran up and fucking smoked you.
I didn't even have a gun. And I needed that chest. This is outrageous. Oh, you helped me finish my quest. Hell yeah. There we go.
Okay.
You gotta bail me out here. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, damn it.
Okay, that was a warm-up.
Yeah.
That was a warm-up. That doesn't mulligan. Taking a mulligan on this one.
I'm actually excited. And this is, I can't take any type of critique today.
Okay.
Because I'm going to be getting a new mouse here pretty soon.
Oh, nice.
So if my aiming's not as snappy as you would expect.
That mouse, yeah.
You know.
I hear ya.
Yeah. So my partner said they're not going to need their little their Bluetooth mouse, and so I'm going to get an upgrade.
Very nice.
Just wait till that happens.
Yeah. And the reason I was killed so quickly there was also because of my mouse as well. So. Just everyone understands this.
Someone that gets paid to win doesn't lose.
Exactly. It's called a rope-a-dope, okay? You want to make them think that they've got you right what they want you, right?
You lose early, then the algorithm puts you in with all the children.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, the less experienced. Why don't you pick where we go? We can go somewhere maybe less like intense. Or like how about here down here? This should be not quite as serious.
Okay. Going to the hole?
Yeah. There's usually a bunch of stuff in there as well.
So have you been in the gaming zone for the whole time, or?
No. I was just like doing like actual serious stuff for the most part. Some of it was serious. I mean, some of it wasn't, but.
Yeah, I didn't know that you did serious stuff here. Like what?
Well, we were just watching the Breakthrough News with BJ Prashad talking about and Brian Becker talking about Russia Ukraine. That was cool. Talked about the Amazon union. Talked about the revolving door between the Democratic Party establishment and like the big tech companies.
Oh
So all
man,
kinds of
speaking
serious
of,
stuff.
there's word that Jen Psaki is going to be going to MSNBC.
I know. No, I was just saying it's going to be just in time to blame the left on the crushing losses that they're going to suffer in these upcoming midterms. She's going to be put in place on MSNBC. To make sure that they don't actually acknowledge any of their massive failures to deliver on any of the things that they promised, and they're going to make sure to place the blame where it needs to be.
It's gonna be so great.
Yep.
Very, very happy.
For sure.
Which, oh man, this is like this weird thing, and hate to sully the gaming zone fun times with politics.
Oh, it's all right.
But there is a somewhat substantial amount of clout that Joe Biden is getting for being correct, quote unquote. You know, there's a lot of things where like people are like, oh, well, he, you know, they guessed right about Putin and what he was going to do, and somehow that scores points.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to mean much if it starts leading to like the increased fuel prices and increased food prices and all the kind of downstream consequences. They're trying to frame it as this Putin thing, Putin inflation. But when average Americans are having a hard time, filling up their gas tanks and buying stuff at the grocery store, I don't know if they're going to buy that. I don't think they're going to be too thrilled with that.
Yeah.
The correctness of what they were saying previously. I don't think it's going to mean all that much in that moment.
I think they're still going to lose, but I just wonder I wonder if it's going to lessen the blow at all. Because for some reason people are like buying into the Biden's doing a great job and like solidifying NATO.
God damn it. This guy's hurt. Oh, man.
Not as hurt as me.
Okay. Okay, now I'm getting serious. Now I'm pissed off. Okay? You wouldn't like me when I'm angry, people. Yeah, aren't they down to like the lowest approval ratings right now?
Yeah.
And they're like, how did this happen?
And that's the thing is that like there is a lessening of the worsening of the approval ratings because of that little contingent that I just mentioned.
Okay. Yeah.
And so that's just like my curiosity is how much of that bleeds over, how much of that is part of the messaging of Joe Biden on the world stage or whatever the fuck.
I don't know.
And it's always juxtaposing against Trump, who obviously isn't running, but that's the one play they got. That's what they're going to lead.
Yeah, that's the thing. I just think that reasoning might be compelling to people that like are part of the media establishment that live in like the Beltway or New York City, but it's not going to be very compelling to like average random people that the Democrats need to vote for them in the election.
I wish that I didn't have like anecdotal evidence of just talking to people who were like, well, don't you think it was great that Biden did this? And it was like, he literally did nothing.
Yeah.
Ukrainians are still dying. Well, like, no, and like, whatever that's worth. Like, no, they're like, normal people buy it. Normal people do watch MSNBC and CNN and all that shit.
Well, we will see.
Yeah. And I'm not saying, like, it's not going to save, nothing saving the Democrats. I'm just wondering if just campaigning off of a war that we're not involved in is going to be able to help them out.
Enough messing around here. I'm warmed up now.
I feel like the outfits. I feel like we need to coordinate outfits. That's
Yeah.
I feel like teams that coordinate do better. It's like a synergy.
That's true. I don't want that.
I think there's somebody in this building here.
I'm not even sure where you are. That's probably not a good thing.
I think I'm.
Oh shit. Ah, that's me.
Oh, kill him. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, don't dance. Don't do that. That's enough. Stop that. It's disrespectful.
This is so embarrassing.
This is okay. We're just here to have fun. I don't even care, actually. I don't care about winning. Who cares? Sometimes I like to help the other people in the game feel good as well. And, like, what's wrong with that? I'm actually totally happy with this, what's happening. It means nothing to me.
Yeah, so when I downloaded this game yesterday, I was pretty excited to learn.
Yep.
Here they got. Can you? I thought there's something called building. I heard so much about the building or something.
Yeah, it's not in there now.
Oh wow, I had no idea. I just started playing this game yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not even mad. I'm actually laughing right now. Doesn't bother me at all. Okay.
Now here's when we win.
Yeah.
And we say April Fools. To
Yeah.
the chat.
Yes. Hell yeah. That's what's gonna happen. I don't know, the chat, the people, the previous The Gaming Zone viewers did see me pick up a solo victory in the Battle Royale. They can never take that away from me. Nothing that happens can ever take that away.
That's true.
They all saw it. Oh, where are you? Are you landing in the same spot?
Oh.
You got a,
I just knocked someone. And I'm about to execute them. That was pissed. Don't run.
I'm on my way and I got some shield.
I'm in some trouble here. Oh, are you serious? God damn, that was a hell of a toss.
Don't hurt my friend. There we go.
This is what we needed.
Yeah, come over here. I got some shield here for you. There we go. Okay.
I can use some health.
We did win one like a week or so ago, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we
Yeah.
did. Yeah. Trust us, bro. I'm saying to the chat. I'm not making that up.
There's got to be like a log somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Wait, no, that didn't happen. I just downloaded this game yesterday. Shit.
Ah.
But no, yeah. That happens all the time.
It's not a great record. It's not a great win-loss record, but... This way. Okay. Where to now?
Let's
Oh,
get in
you
that
saw
tank.
someone
Where's
up there.
that tank?
Or is that, I think that's a bot. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
There we go. No problem. Hey, get.
We gotta get up this ramp. You know what I like about tanks? You got
What's that?
Spider-Man tread.
I didn't know that. When we actually see someone, it's going to be really over that.
Just gotta get the vantage point there.
Yeah, the Twitch tankies are at it again. Hang on a sec. those thermal fish.
Well, that's what winning looks like.
Yep. Oh. Bazooka.
Which is kind of weird, right? I mean, like, obviously, the game developers, you know, were probably cooking up their javelin, you know, prior to the Russian invasion.
It is an interesting coincidence, definitely.
But these javelins, they're so hot right now.
Yeah, yeah. Oh shit. Sorry. It's really like blowing stuff up.
I mean, it's probably the best part of being in a tank.
Yeah. There's some more there.
Hold on. There's some more parts to the other side of it that catch fire.
No problem. Surely we will see another team soon.
Like, I don't even see, like, gun, no, you know, like, I didn't know if there were, like, knife kills in this game.
Totally avoiding
silent.
But, like, we want no part of these pro gamers over here.
Yep. Everything the light touches, Rob.
Oh.
You got something?
No, I froze up for a second. Okay, seriously, where are these guys?
Like, where the hell is everybody?
8 people. Oh, I see some action at least.
All right. Let me go.
Oh, here we go.
And you got a torch thing?
I did have one. I dropped it. Yeah, over here. Still pretty in good shape. Over here. By the bridge.
What the fuck?
Oh shit. Are you still in the tank?
That was,
Okay, you're there. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, yeah, I see people coming down the side of this mountain. Did you get them or are they still up?
Got one. Oh shit. No! Oh, fuck me. Dude, it's the last guy. I think. You got it, Marcus. No!
Son of a bitch.
Oh.
April Fools.
Don't dance. That's enough.
All right. Well,
I kind of I got the last guy, but then I got stuck out in the storm and I messed up. I messed up, man. I blew it.
Part of my evasive driving in the semi kind of took us out into the storm.
I fucking blew it.
I thought they had snow tires on the thing. They didn't. You live and you learn. But it was all right. I feel like we at least redeemed ourselves somewhat.
I think it was somewhat, yeah. I think so.
Even though, like, we just drove around the tank for the whole time. But that was fun.
It was fun. Yeah.
But I do got to go.
Me too,
start
yeah.
getting some dinner ready and whatnot.
Gotta go pick up my kid from school now. I gotta stop playing this literal child's game and go pick up my son from school, who's literally waiting for me while I'm on Twitch playing video games.
Well, if you can't, tell him, sorry I missed him again.
Yeah.
But that I'm still alive and okay.
Yeah, okay. I will tell him.
All right, word. Later, chat. Stay out of trouble.
Take care,
No
Marcus.
candy licking in the chat.
No.
Okay?
None of that. Thank you.
Definitely no candy licking emotes.
Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. Take care, man. I'll talk to you soon. Well, that was frustrating. That was very close. Very, very close.
AOC went from burn.
Thanks for watching the stream today, folks. Thank you. I gotta go. Did you not realize you were in the storm? Yes, I did, but I thought I had some health left over that I could compensate. I got a little too excited. Thanks for joining me today. I'll be back on Monday. I may do some more gaming. I could do some more gaming stuff over the weekend. Either tonight or tomorrow night. We'll see. We'll see. No guarantees. No guarantees. No promises. Give the Antifada my regards. Talk to you guys soon. Abalashnido.